Our academic and applied esports program provides our competitive gamers a national stage to compete with other Division I universities. Our academic objective allows us to use esports to foster innovative, interdisciplinary connections.
Esports right now is an ever-expanding career field, and having the opportunity to showcase its many facets through education is really inspiring.
At Villanova, we believe in community and in ourselves. We create, adapt, discover. And when confronted by uncertainty, we don't stand idly by. We never have. We get involved, lead by example, even when things are tough. Especially when things are tough. We take action because Villanovans are like that. Stronger together. Ignite change. Go Nova.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to another Overwatch EGF Collegiate Broadcast. We are here in Season 3, Week 9. My name is Warren Jungle Hammond, and I'm joined tonight on the mic by Worstcast. How are you doing today, my friend?
Very good. Very happy to be here, getting to cast some collegiate Overwatch. Always a grand old time. Starting back up, college back in session for everyone, including me. So nice to get some less stressful form of college in.
Yes, indeed. Less stressful for us, but I don't know if that's going to be the case for these two teams. They're both going to be looking to improve their record. We've got William and Mary at a 6-2 record now, going up against Villanova, who unfortunately has not found a win yet this season. So they're going to be looking to reverse their fortunes tonight, but they've got a really tough opponent in William and Mary.
Yeah, William and Mary have brought in some new players, some new roles for their team. They have a new team captain that's kind of trying to help them out in terms of emotionally. It is very important in a team environment, competing on a lot of teams, and if you don't have someone in the team that can kind of like rally people around them, it can get very tough. So now that they have that, along with just good players, I mean, Nuke Llama has been in tier 3 before, a very high accolade for Overwatch in general. So that team's very, very strong. So just hope they have fun out there.
Yeah, as do I. We're going to be starting things off today on Nepal, and from the looks of it, we will be going to Village first. This map in particular, or rather this sub-map, very, very Brawl favored, in my personal opinion.
You can run Brawl on this map. It's kind of been, because Overwatch has been in a kind of a state for the last 2 years, very minimal balance changes. It's kind of been a lot of time. It's given a lot of time to the higher level community to kind of figure out what is strong and what can do what. And on this map, it used to be very Brawl centric, but in given enough time, it's kind of devolved to this point where if you're running Brawl on this point, it can be very difficult into ball compositions with Pharahs, with Echoes, that kind of stuff. It doesn't look like it's going to come out from either side. But that is definitely something that has kind of shifted in this map. A lot more Pharah coming out in recent memory.
That is very true. We have seen a shift over to the more dive compositions, even on these more Brawl-centric maps. William and Mary got to be getting to point first to see if Villanova instead decided to go to the high ground here. Right now, William and Mary just looking peaceful on point.
Wait, did they mess up the wall? I think they messed up the wall, so it looked like they were trying to wall top left. Now they're kind of just split around, so the wall top left doesn't work out. That's going to give point over. And against a switch composition, that's going to be rough.
Yeah, they're going to have to... Villanova going to have to try and push in here now, but it's going to be a tough thing to do, especially now that Symmetra has her turret set up. She's going to be looking to increase that photon beam power tremendously. Likely going to be charging it off that Reinhardt shield as much as they can. Peeking for a little bit more damage right now. Doesn't get a whole lot in, but they're already 20% captured. And oh, look at this flank now from Unique. They almost get a pick there off of that excellent teleporter.
Two more turrets going in there. Could have probably found a pick. Just very slow. Very kind of stalled out here for Villanova. They can't really get in against the Symmetra. They're worried about getting in. Finally, the bubble comes out the wall. A little bit misplaced, just walls off the Mei themselves, keeps them out of the fight. Coalesces to come through. Look at that's what the Gambit was.
Yeah, and now that Unique is fully charged, they're going to start burning through these players. of Villanova. Myfress is already out of the fight, and that's unfortunate because they had the Shatter online and ready to go. Villanova just going to back off and wait for their main tank to try again.
Yeah, waiting again. Kind of been fight so far, 60% now accrued, and we're gonna have to see maybe some more tempo come out, especially with that lamp. Happy Sparrow dies late. That's not good. That's just, you can't push in without this Baptiste here. It's one of those characters, like maybe if the Tracer was dead, you can push in. Not without the Bap.
Yeah, that's very true, especially considering they had the amplification matrix online and ready to go, and I think that's going to be a crucial engagement tool for this Villanova side. Now that they're regrouped, they're going to start pushing in through the main choke, but they've got a tough job ahead of them. We're going to see a little bit of a flank. Tracer throws out the pulse bomb, not going to find anything. The Shatter does connect. It's going to find two. Nuke Llama's there, though, with the sound barrier, and everybody else just cleans up Villanova. Now there's 95% on the board, and I don't think there's going to be another touch.
Yep, that's, they kind of stalled out on the side there for so long, trying to build up Coalescence, wasn't taking really enough poke to charge it up quite so fast. They engage with the Coalescence there. It doesn't find anything, and now they're just stuck on that point, stalled out. They have 2 fights that entire time, and the ult advantage was just heavily in William and Mary's favor.
It certainly was. There, you know, I think you're absolutely right, and that Villanova just took too long on that first engagement. Both, you know, since there was a little bit of a misplay getting to point, and once they were actually there, they weren't able to really get enough damage and to start building up their ults. And it looked to me like that was what their game plan was. They absolutely wasted too much time on it, but it's a new sub map, it's a new opportunity for them, and we're gonna see brawl again from both sides.
Yeah. We're gonna be seeing it in clean TP out of spawn there for William and Mary, kind of as on these control maps especially, has just become standard for most teams to be TPing out at least their supports out of spawn. Slowest, mostly the slowest characters are going to be like a Zen typically, even if you're running dive, even if you're not keeping the sim. Exactly what happens.
Tesla Maywall comes out from Vega there, or rather from Unique. They're able to take Nate the Cat out of the fight. Myfress follows very quickly. Max for the win, going exactly for that right now. Can they get this Zarya out of the fight as well? That's going to be a big boon because they had charge built up.
Yep, that charge is gone. You're going to see Tyler B here with that 70% to Coalescence. That's their engaged tool. Now, it's going to be on Myfress to just hard shield that Coalescence when they're walking up. Probably don't expect them to have Shatter. That was a very, very quick fight, but a lot of stuff that Max for the win did get down there. So it really just come down to, once they pop that Coalescence, do they protect it with that Rhine Shield? Because the Shadow is going to be an instant response if they do engage with that.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Tyler B16 definitely needs to build that up quickly. You're going to have an opportunity to. I like this link from Nuke Llama as well, getting a little bit of chip damage. Maywall comes out, it isolates Myfress again. They're taken out of the fight, and this is almost over before it starts.
Some nice time progression there. Typically, a lot of the time, a mistake that people make is if they're defending a point, they will just sit there and let the people walk into them for free. No, you need to be aggressive. A lot of times on defense in certain competitions, especially on rush, you really need to be aggressive into the enemy team because that's how you're going to win, with using your cooldowns before they can use theirs. And William and Mary's knows that quite well.
That they do. Tyler B16 has built up, or Tyler Big, I suppose, has built up this ultimate now, but a fire strike through an amp matrix is gonna take Nate the Cat out of the fight. Here comes the Coalescence. They're looking to reverse their fortunes, but they're down one player. The Mortality Field has to be committed by a Happy Sparrow as well. Blizzard coming out now from Unique, gonna catch several people who were right in front of that window. They're gonna get frozen. They're gonna have to kite away from it, and William and Mary comes out with another fight win.
Another fight win, and that was second to last there. The penultimate fight has gone their favor, and they have some massive ultimates on the table. Torb ult, very good at zoning people off. That beat is just going to be used to keep the team alive when the engage does come through, even through that Graviton Surge.
Here it comes, that Graviton Surge. Self-destruct now committed. The beat is there to keep every member who was caught in that Graviton Surge alive. Now we've got the multi-core being committed as well. It's going to make it very difficult for anybody to stay on point from Villanova. Nate the Cat, the first casualty on Villanova's side, and with overtime ticking over, that's going to be it. William and Mary takes the dub on Nepal.
Yep, there it is. Kind of what the expectations were, at least for William and Mary, a very, very strong team. Villanova, they had some game plans in certain situations, but weren't able to get the coalescence fast enough on first point to surprise them. Basically, with those kind of strategies, very similar to a Nano Monkey, you want to get that off before enemy support ults or enemy tank ults can be built up. And that just wasn't the case when they did that.
Yeah, excellent, excellent opportunities taken advantage of by William and Mary, really. I mean, we saw that shatter as well, hitting the entire backline and the Reinhardt as well. So excellent play coming out from there. And it's going to be up to Villanova now to try and regroup, come back a little bit stronger in this next map.
Yep. We're going to be trying.
I think you really need that, Lucio, not only for the speed boost, right? The ability to engage and disengage very quickly, but also for the sound barrier. Sound barrier is such a crucial ult. It can negate so much damage from the opposing team. And without that, I mean, you do have the immortality field, I guess, when you're running the BAP Moira, but it's not as strong. You need that speed boost utility in this brawl composition.
Yep. Basically, what you want to do is as they're speeding into you, and if they end up using their cooldowns first, you want to be able to speed back and kite, not having to use that many cooldowns, so that you can re-engage with your cooldowns. Typically, a Mei wall is that go or disengage button. We didn't really see that much of that from Villanova, but for William and Mary, I definitely expect that to be something in their wheelhouse. They seem like a very disciplined team, so should be should be piece of cake for them.
Yeah, that's a very good term to use. I think discipline with William and Mary. They're playing it by the books, and it's working out for them incredibly well. We're gonna see Villanova now on the defensive side first for Kings Row, so they're gonna have the opportunity to kind of set the goalpost that they're gonna need to reach on their attack. And like you said, I anticipate we're going to see a lot of brawl coming out once again. Maybe we're not going to see a Symmetra in the works this time, potentially a Hanzo, potentially a Cassidy, but I feel certain that we're going to see a Mei come out from at least one of these teams. It's just so powerful, especially on first point.
Yeah, I wouldn't discount completely a Symmetra on Kings Row. I've seen this some teams, and this has been like in legit competition, like I'm talking grand finals of leagues and stuff, they pull out Symmetra Bastion, TP on top of Mondada's head.
Right.
Send it. Don't think that's going to happen. Don't think that's going to be the case here for William and Mary, but we do see kind of a half that combination with the Bastion here on the defense of Villanova, hoping to just overwhelm the enemy rush with that shield advantage. And if William and Mary don't go hard enough poke comp, like they could just, if they slotted in a Hanzo out of that Widow, I'd say they can definitely deal with this Bastion, but yeah, should be interesting.
I imagine Unique's probably going to swap. Oh, wow, it's like they heard you. Villanova swapping, or rather Unique swapping over now to that Hanzo. Going to be a lot more shield break pressure coming in. You see William and Mary now staging at the main choke. They're going to wrap around the Mondada statue. Nate the Cat throwing in a little bit of chip damage now, but not finding anybody at the moment. And William and Mary going to take the very long rotation around. I think they've decided to push onto this high ground, and big pick coming in very early. Happy Sparrow does get res, but in the meantime, can this brawl composition collapse quick enough? Happy Sparrow going down very low. Nate the Cat is out of the fight. Immortality Field has to be used, but now that it's gone, people are dying again. Happy Sparrow out of the fight as well. Vega very low as well, and Unique coming alive on this Hanzo, doing tremendous work right here. It's just a Tank and Mercy left now for Villanova. William and Mary's got to come away with this first point.
Yeah, and very common rotation against Bastion or other double shield setups. I mean, I'm saying this because Nuklama has, I've been told, or I'm pretty sure, has had tier 3 IGLing experience or calling experience. So very common for them. They know that completely. I mean, it's been so long for those kind of rotations to be in the game, so definitely nothing new for them.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Nothing new indeed. Very old hat for them. We've got both of the teams now positioning up on bookstore, looking to just wait. William and Mary just waiting for this part to get a little bit closer before they decide to push in and start expending some of the utility. Nate the Cat set up right now, but Dragon Strike goes through. Immortality Field committed. One pick for either side. Shatter now thrown out by Myfros. It's not going to catch anybody this time around. Rival now looking to try and break some of these shields if they can prevent the res. Shatter comes in, but it's going to be Unique who takes Tyler Big out of the fight. And without that res and those extra heals, Villanova just forced to back up. They commit the Amplification Matrix too, but the hammer from Max for the win is just too much to deal with.
Yep, William and Mary know exactly how to play against this Bastion, especially when they're setting up the Bastion so close to the front line.
Yeah.
You wait, 3, 2, 1, speed forward, hard DM the Bastion the entire time. You're going to walk in. They even had Dragon Strike there to force him out, but even if you don't have that Fire Strike, you just hard DM on top of them and try to get as much damage down as possible while that Bastion is essentially neutralized. They're not going to get a touch in here, so 5 minutes, 30 seconds going into third point. But having swap off that Bastion, very good choice. I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah, once the Bastion has not been able to set up on point, it's very, very hard to find use out of it. A Laundry gonna commit the Amplification Matrix once again, and already William and Mary is making mincemeat out of Villanova right now. So much damage going through it, they're just unable to handle it. Tyler Big does get the res out onto Nate the Cat, but they're taken out of the fight almost as quickly. And now, William and Mary has pushed up halfway or more through this third point. They're going to try and hold here as strong and as long as they can. Max has the Shatter ready to go for when this team decides to push out, but they have to push out soon. Shatter comes in, takes Nate the Cat out of the fight, charge in as well, and Immortality Field committed. There's somebody on point now trying to keep it alive for Villanova. Max is eventually taken out of the fight, but there's nobody left from Villanova, and that's going to be 4.5 minutes on the clock for William and Mary.
Yep, very, very, very strong time on King's Row here. Yeah, they're just really good at that brawl, at that rush style. I mean, those two terms have kind of been used interchangeably by a lot of people in the community recently. I mean, Ryan Diva, I guess, could be called brawl. There's like the conversation of like, oh, is Monkey Diva rush? Is that right? Like Monkey Diva Moira Lucia? It's like there's other terms for it, but when I say it interchangeably, but very good at that composition nonetheless. And I definitely think this map definitely serves their strengths and should be able to highlight what they're able to do, especially with such a coordinated team. Rush is definitely a style that helps with that.
It certainly is. Now we're going to see William and Mary on the defense. They're going to try and hold back this Villanova squad. They've got the tools to do it as well, going again for a very classic rush composition. And with a Rationite on the May as well, it's going to make pushing through that initial choke very difficult for Villanova. We might anticipate seeing them rotate around to actually right where Rationite is looking right now, to that window.
Yeah, definitely could be something they want to do. They obviously are looking for a more high ground or poke-centric composition with that Nate the Cat locking in the Ash over something like Cassidy or... Oh, never mind. Okay. Still more pokey. A little less... Like, it's not hit scan, obviously, so it's not like, oh, I'm going to hold down this sight line. Instead, I'm going to hold down this angle. I'm going to do some trigonometry on you, and I'm just going to hold down the angle as much as possible.
That's right. There's going to be some calculated grenades coming through from Nate the Cat. A lot of shield pressure going to be put into Max for the win. Rival's going to have to do a decent job, I think, of eating some of that chip damage coming into that shield. Otherwise, it's going to get burst down very quickly. Villanova does decide to take the high ground rotation, taking a page out of William and Mary's book. Waiting for their cooldowns to come back before they make a decisive push in. And I like seeing Taylor Big now on the Lucio. Rotation comes through, but it's going to go down to the ground. And now Myfros is caught out a little bit. They go down to about half health, but Max is going to be trapped. Immortality Field has to be committed to keep them up. But speaking of keeping them up, Happy Sparrow unable to do that for themselves. They're going to be taken out of the fight. And now without those big heals, the Villanova squad is caught in a very tough position. Do they wait for Happy Sparrow to get back? Or do they continue this push and try and make something of it?
You have to help Happy Sparrow get across right now. Because what's going to happen is he's going to get spawn camped by Lucio. That's what's going to happen, apparently. Mufama taking it into their hands.
Wow.
Going to be shutting them down. Going to be staying there, too. This is so worth it, I think, for them to have Lucio for BAP.
Yeah, exactly. Villanova decides to push in after BAP goes down, and they are quickly dissected and dismantled. by Nuklama and the rest of the William and Mary squad.
Yeah, and right now you're kind of seeing a big kind of difference in the kind of tiers of play. Where a lot of the time you can see these higher level teams, they just have more actions per minute, or even just more like thoughts per, like they're just doing more faster right now. Whereas it takes a while for Villanova to get through certain angles, and yeah, I mean it's just kind of how the game goes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We have an amplification matrix now committed by William and Mary, and the damage is just too much for Villanova to handle. This push is done in short order.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, maybe trying to get a pick there for Tyler. Not gonna find it. Gonna be taken. I'm pretty sure Nucleum has like the most final blows on this team, which is not something you normally see from Lucio.
Yeah, that's true.
One with no environmental kills.
Nuklama maybe learned how to play Lucio from Reddit, it appears. But you know what? They're doing a very effective job of it. They're, you know, they're doing incredible, actually, on Lucio. Now we have the sound barrier committed by Tyler Big. This is going to be a big push coming in from Never Mind Villanova. All 6 of them laid down flat by Max for the win. Huge shatter. That's going to be another fight win now for William and Mary.
Yep, and that is mostly everything used there for Villanova. They're gonna have that May Blizzard. They're gonna have the Shatter finally coming up. Grav still a ways away, but definitely attainable. But you're walking into such strong ultimates, fight-winning ultimates. The Lucio beat, the May Blizzard. That's just stuff you can't compete with, especially when you swap off that Lucio. How do you get out of this May Blizzard?
Yeah, exactly. Mayball going to be committed early on. It's going to catch out a couple of members of Villanova. Here comes that Blizzard now. Immortality Field committed, but it's going to be taken out in short order. Both tanks fall now for Villanova after the Graviton Surge is committed. Tyler Big going down low, and now with just 30 seconds left to go, they have to reset quick if they're going to have any hope of taking first point.
Yep, and right now we're going to be seeing how they want to come in here. Swapping off to the Hog, not considered the biggest stall hero, especially on the attack here, but just trying something, anything is Blue Falcon. Trying to get it done. Here comes the bomb. They have lamp for that. They have shields for that. Instead, still, Heavy Sparrow does go down.
That is a huge win for William and Mary right there. Sound barrier has to be committed by them, and with half of the members of Villanova left and just a second left on the clock, it's all but over. William and Mary gonna come away with another map win. Kings Row is done and in the books.
Yep, there it is. That's now 2-0 up for them, William and Mary. And it's just kind of, we should be going to Hanamura, I believe, next.
Yes,
and
I believe so.
Another rush map. Another rush brawl map, so don't expect much to change there for William and Mary so far. They're probably just going to sim TP to point, sim TP to second point as well. They might swap over sim to second point, but we'll see how that goes. But just very well executed rush composition there. Just very standard. I mean, that was kind of like 2020 first beginning of Overwatch League. That was the composition that was run. That's how long it's been that this composition has been like a staple of Rush. When you think of a brawl in that case, but you think of that, it's like, oh, May Cass, Ryan Diva, Bap Lucio, and that's how it's been for so long. I mean, I think there was an Ana back then, but I mean that was billions of years ago, so who knows?
Yeah, you know, and I like what you said. It was very standard coming out from William and Mary. It was, again, I just like to say by the books, right?
Yep.
It was classic, it was clinical, and it was smooth and clean. And Villanova just unable to really get anything going against that. They have this brawl dance down to perfection. Now, before we get to Hanamura, though, we're going to take a short break, give the players a moment to get some water, reset their mentals, things like that. Be sure to come back in just a few minutes for what could be the exciting conclusion of this matchup between William and Mary and Villanova. See you all back here in just a couple minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the action. We've got William and Mary up 2-0 over Villanova. My name's Warren Jungle God Hammond. Again, to my left is Worst Casts. We've got an exciting, possibly finish for this matchup.
Esports or more esports for their college is always a good one.
It certainly is, and I've gotten the pleasure to watch this Villanova squad over the course of the fall, and I can say that they improved every single game that I watched them on, and I think this one's no exception. They are going up against a very tough opponent in William and Mary, but there's been a lot of good things from this squad, and one of the things that I think I like the most is the fact that they're willing to adapt. They're willing to try things out if something isn't working. A lot of squads, even ones that are maybe a little higher tier, they have problems, making the swaps when they need to early on. But that hasn't been the case for Villanova. We do have a disconnect, so we'll hopefully have them back in the lobby very, very soon. But that just gives us another couple minutes to talk about Hanamura.
Yeah, some of these teams can have problems, such as internet problems. So
yeah,
we have to be accommodating of that. Technical issues are always going to happen within.
Yeah.
I mean, just in any facet of technology, man. I mean, things do not work sometimes, and you're like, why does this not work?
Yeah, exactly.
It just does not work. His lab, okay, well,
Oh my gosh,
something wrong with one of the players. I've some insider information. Bad stuff. Bad stuff may have just happened to that poor lad's laptop.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a serious issue. Apparently they said their laptop broke. I'm not sure if that's entirely
accurate.
Accurate, yeah, but fortunately, one of the teammates of Villanova is a roommate of them. They're gonna go back and check on them, see if they're gonna be back. Oh, they are back. Excellent. So it appears that their laptop was not in fact broken.
Hyperbole.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of hyperbole there, but that's okay. It is allowed. I think we're gonna see the Symmetra come out here again on this attack. In fact, it's already being hovered over by Tega in spawn. Of course, there's a chance that that's gonna change, but such a powerful strategy on Hanamura. This choke is an absolute nightmare to try and get through on the attacking side, especially if you're coming up against such a powerful force like William and Mary.
Yeah, and this is very standard stuff. Not so much the Bastion, but the rush comp for both sides, and the make Cassidy on defense as opposed to something like a Symmetra on offense, because the Symmetra's value really does come from bridging gaps with that teleport, or something that isn't as useful on defense, where you don't really need to bridge gaps that often.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Interesting rotation coming out from Villanova. I anticipate they're going to try and teleport somewhere in the back. Looks like they're just trying to clear the choke a little bit, get in a little chip damage, maybe break down that shield of Max's a little bit. Here comes the TP. They're going to try and take out William and Mary, but Unique is there. The defense matrix from Rival allowed them to eat up all that damage, and now we have a first point hold coming in successfully from William and Mary.
Yep, on the attack so far has not proved fruitful. That's a minute now gone, almost a minute, 50 seconds. Now gone here for Villanova, and they're gonna have to maybe change some stuff up. Bastion swapping off is the first thing. Max for the win, hitting the spawn doors, not something you always see, but
yeah,
we'll need some help getting out of here, I think.
Yeah, he certainly will, yeah. Defense matrix coming in now from Rival, but that shield's gonna be low now when Villanova gets to choke. And that's going to be a boon for them. They're going to have an opportunity to push in, but they need to take that opportunity quickly. They're kind of stalled at choke at the moment, and at this point, Max's shield has got to be back to full.
Gonna see the Mei here hiding
Wow.
in the corner. It's dangerous, and Max for the win is now gone. They have ults to counter if they want to commit.
Yeah, that they do. We see a quick backup coming in from William and Mary. Amplification Matrix now committed. The shield goes down for Myfrest, and there's a nice body shot from Unique to clear them out. Amp Matrix gonna help a lot with that. And while the Coalescence was committed as well, Villanova's still going to have the Amp Matrix for their next push, and Shatter.
Yep, that they do, trying to go in. This Mei in the corner is going to be kind of spoiling it, though. That Ryan's going to walk forward, instantly get walled. There's a little bit of this sorry thing. Like I said, instantly gets walled. Sorry you got walled. That's really rough. Oh, but there comes the hook, and now another pick gone. 2 picks actually coming the way of Villanova.
Yeah, this is now their opportunity to start pushing, especially since they have the spawn advantage. Rival gonna try and slow them down a little bit. Max has the Shatter online, looking for an opportunity, takes it, lays down 5 members of Villanova. 2 of them are gone immediately. Comes in. Max is able to take out one of the supports as well. Nuke Llama in with the sound barrier as well, but Villanova's going to be able to rotate around and start to put pressure on point. Self-destruct comes in. That's going to deal a lot of damage into that shield of Myfrest. Blue Falcon now, though, trying to keep everybody off point with that whole hog and doing an excellent job of it. That is until Nuke Llama comes in and hits them from the side. Once again, proving to be a dangerous and dastardly Lucio.
I mean, but those picks were very good. Punishing the aggression there from William and Mary. Got a little bit too big for their britches, and I mean, that was just a really nice job by Blue Falcon to punish it with those hooks. Could have almost had it been a little bit cleaner on the entry. Lost a little bit too many people after that Shatter, but definitely a strong showing from them.
Yeah, it certainly was. Maywall comes out, isolates Myfrest very, very quickly. They're frantically spinning their shield around to try and stay alive. They're able to, due to an excellent immortality from Happy Sparrow, but it's only going to last for so long. 30 seconds left to go. Villanova has to reset fast.
Yep, that's that 30 seconds now. That's the time. It's warning you guys. You got to get to that point. You got to cap it. It's haunting noises you got to hear sometimes. It's like, man, I really don't have the resources for this, and not they don't. They only have the Coalescence here. Luckily, there's not many ultimates available for the side of William and Mary, just the High Noon, but charging the point, not conducive to living very long.
No, it's not, and I don't think anybody from Villanova is going to be able to touch, especially with that Deadeye. William and Mary holds on first point, but Villanova did get quite a bit of percentage captured, so they have a win condition on the board.
Yeah, win condition is acquired, not going to be a draw no matter what. No draw going to come out here. It's going to be a win or a loss on either column. But I expect Symmetra comp to come out for the side of William and Mary very shortly, as soon as that 20 seconds does wind down and you see those heroes finally assemble on your screen. I'm expecting Symmetra, and I'm expecting the TP to point, not how Villanova did to that top left window.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the primary plan of William and Mary as well. Although there are lots of different options that you can take for a TP from the attacker's side. I'm not a huge fan of the one that Villanova used. I think teleporting instead to the high ground, kind of to the left of point, is really good. Or even the high ground over to the right on that little ledge above point can be beneficial. But we didn't see that coming through from Villanova, and if Spawn is anything to be believed for William and Mary, we might not see that from them either. The Sombra is a very interesting pick here.
Yep, interesting pick indeed. Seems like they're gonna try and hack Rhine maybe. Walk behind, hack the Rhine, hope they don't get shot by anyone, actually.
Yeah.
Just get shot by anyone. Or maybe just a scouting thing. There it is. Speed forward, speed the Sombra forward, TP back to spawn, swap. There it is.
Yep.
Something that was kind of, not revolutionized, but created, I believe, back in Season 2 of Overwatch League, I think, was when it was like first getting mainstream popularity, because people were actually needing to scout if they need to stay on their non-GOATs comp.
Right, yeah, exactly. Tega gets an early pick onto Unique, and Villanova's first hold is starting out strong right now. Rashanite trying to find a head with an icicle, looking to give someone a brain freeze there. But not finding too much at the moment. William and Mary content to just wait for Unique to get back into the fight and build up some ult charge right here at Choke. Unique has rejoined. And now the push comes in. Immortality Field has to be committed by Happy Sparrow already. Max is going to take Myfris out of the fight. Gets frozen. Immortality Field committed by Laundry as well. But Hicks coming in. Hand over fist now for William and Mary. Just a couple of members left. And this could be it. This could be all over for Villanova. William and Mary got to get 1 point online. They just have to take out Tega. And with that, William and Mary going to be a quick 3-0 over Villanova.
Yep, there it is. Very quick 3-0 there for William and Mary. But here's the bright side for Villanova. They said, I believe in the pre-match lobby, they were like, "Hey guys, let us get a tick, because then we can say we did better than our basketball team last night." And that was organic. That was not even like, oh, they let them get a tick. That was really organic, them getting that tick. Almost 2 ticks right there. So that's something they can actually say with pride if they want. Like, we did do that against a very strong team. That was not. That was just them punishing aggression. They're very good for them.
Yeah, it was. It was really, really well done. And you know what? I love seeing this kind of sportsmanship in chat. In the score screen, Myfris gets 10 upvotes. That means William and Mary giving a lot of encouragement to Villanova as well. And you know, like I said before, lots I think to be impressed with by Villanova. Like you said, they were able to get to that first point, get a couple of ticks, or get at least 1 tick, almost a second off of William and Mary. And that is not an easy task. William and Mary, a very strong team, moves up to 7-2 now, and still holding on strong into the upper echelons of the EGF leaderboard.
Yeah, now they're competing against teams like University of Colorado, Connecticut, University of Tennessee, St. John's University, like all these kinds of, and maybe being joined on later today, or even currently as other matches are going on.
Yeah.
We're joined up by people like Wichita or Arlington, who's 6-1 right now. Like these kind of teams that are like sitting at that 6-win range, like they're joining the upper echelon of the groups, like you said.
Well, that's gonna do it for the moment. But don't go anywhere, because we're gonna take a quick break and bring somebody in, I believe, for an interview. Let me just check with production. Make sure. Yeah, we are gonna have an interview coming up. They are in the waiting room, so we will be back in just a couple of minutes to talk with one of the members of William and Mary. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We are back, and we have Ratchet Knight in the lobby with us, here to answer a few questions about this fantastic win that William and Mary came away with today. First off, Ratchet Knight, congratulations to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you bet. So, the first thing I want to know is, how long have you been with this William and Mary team? Is this your first season with them, or are you an old hat at EGF Overwatch at this point?
Well, I was on the team a year ago. Not this most recent fall semester, but the fall semester before. And that was the first year we were in EGF. So I'm a all-timer. Though I had a break in the spring semester, I'm back again starting in this fall and spring semester. So I've been around for a couple seasons now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I kind of want to get a gist of like you guys now 7-2 on the standings. How do you guys feel about your overall power rankings within like the college circuit right now, or at least in the EGF circuit?
Yeah, of course. By the standings, we're in the top half, obviously. I don't know exactly where we stand in the standings. We're very proud of our standings thus far in the season, and hopefully we're looking to push it higher in the second split.
Excellent. Well, you were off to a roaring start already. 7-3 or 7-2 rather now after week 9 here. So, what was your main goal coming into this game against Villanova? Did you have anything outside of just wanting to win that you wanted to try and accomplish here?
For this game specifically, I don't think we really came in with anything too specific other than, to play our best and to play how we've practiced and, bring that into the game setting for the first time this semester.
Excellent.
Other than that, I don't think so. No, we didn't particularly have any overarching goals or thoughts.
Gotcha. Well, I'm going to ask one more quick question before I turn it over to Worstcast for a final question from him. Do you have anything exciting, any exciting developments coming up for William and Mary in your esports program? Anything happening this spring or in the coming fall?
I'm not quite sure. I know us as a team, we just held a really fun event within the team. We held a cooking competition for ourselves, and we're hoping to
Nice.
make some type of content on that. But otherwise, I'm unaware of any official news regarding the program and such at William and Mary.
All right. Well, I lied. I'm not going to turn it over to Worstcast quite yet. I want to know about a little bit more about this cooking competition. What did you cook and who won?
Yes, well, I played the tank role in the competition, which means I picked out the ingredients and the recipe for my team to cook, and we
So
cooked.
it was a team thing. It was a team competition.
Yes.
Oh, cool. This is even more exciting.
Yeah, and we cooked some sirloin with an onion sauce.
Damn, that sounds really good.
It was pretty good, I have to say.
All right, Worst, any final questions for Ratchet Knight?
Yeah, it's kind of about how the team like kind of function. You have two like big players, I think, from what I've been told. Alandri, who is kind of like a team captain, and Nuklama, who is your main support and also has some experience IGLing previously. So how have those two people kind of like helped this team improve?
Yeah, for sure. Nuklama fills the role of, like each strategist, you could say. I guess, he does all the ult tracking, and, he's really the one we turn to when we're thinking about what strat we're going to use on a map, what comps we're going to play, and what kind of things we need to be doing at what time. While Alandra, the team captain, fills, more of an emotional role on the team, bringing us all together, making sure we're all close and all, functioning well as a team itself. So, yeah. They've done, a ton for the team. They're like a very solid glue that holds it together and makes sure that we're not, doing super bad, and we're playing a good game, and we're a good team essentially.
Sounds like you've got a fantastic culture built there in the William and Mary Overwatch esports program. Well, thank you so much for coming in to join us for this interview, Ratchet Knight, and good luck to you in the rest of your season.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You are welcome. Well, that's going to do it for this part of the broadcast, but Worst and I are going to be back very shortly with another match coming up soon. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a break, but we will be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome back to more collegiate Overwatch action brought to you by EGF. If you're just joining us, my name, Warren Jugglegod Hammond, and I am joined again on the mic by Worst. How are you feeling after that first game? Ready for some more?
Yep, ready for some more indeed. We have a pretty nice matchup here between Farfield and St. Peter's, so should be a good one to keep going with you, Jugglegod.
Should be indeed. Peter's definitely looking to be a little, probably coming out on top on this game. St. Peter's sporting a 6-1 record. Fairfield, the opposite, sporting a 1-6. So they're hoping to get one of their, get another win on the board for themselves as we head into Nepal. Gonna be starting off on Village just like we did last time, Worst.
Yep, definitely. Like you said last time, you can definitely run that brawl comp like we saw last time, but you can also run fair compositions. It's gonna be interesting to see what each side decides to go with, as it's not completely agreed upon. Well, like some teams are just prefer things, right? And sometimes you just gotta play with what you're good at.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this Fairfield team, I actually know several of these players. Logan Apollo, Brick, Walk, I've played with them all before, and despite sporting that 1-6 record, they are a fantastic team. So I think we're in for a nice matchup here today. Looks like maybe we will be getting at least one Pharah in the sky if what they're hovering over in spawn is anything to be believed.
Yep, definitely can opt into that Pharah here. It's very strong into rush compositions because what it allows you to do is kind of surround the enemy team and get damage onto all angles. It really becomes very difficult for your enemy Reinhardt to try and match it. We're not going to end up seeing the Pharah, but very similar vein could be that Junkrat or the Soldier. It's still going to have the same kind of style of surrounding and putting in damage under the backside.
And we've got Fairfield University coming out to the point a little bit quicker, but Walk is going to go down almost immediately. Brick finds their demise at the hands of Ratchet as well. Dello going to charge through, looking to see if they can clean up a few more picks here. And with this, St. Peter's going to come away with the first fight win.
Yep, first fight win goes their way. Generally, the Reinhardt kind of oversteps his boundaries there and doesn't realize there's a Junkrat. That's going to be a lot of damage going through your face. 2 concussion mines plus just 1 left click is going to do the majority of your HP bars. They're going to go really fast.
Yeah, Brick gonna have a hard time with this, although a couple of picks for either side now. Fairfield has an opportunity to start pushing in. They have the Shatter online. They try to throw it down, but not quite enough health to maintain themselves, especially with that amplification matrix, pardon me, coming up from St. Peter's. They're gonna hold again.
They're holding on for now, but there's members by this point here for Fairfield. And it's gonna be hard for them to try and remove them from around this point so far. The Ant Matrix can come in trying to sell this positioning.
Excellent fire strike coming out from Brick. Logan Apollo also finding a pick. There is going to be a res though, so they're almost back to full strength, but with Hunter going down now, that's half of their support line missing. It's only going to be up to Min to try and keep their team alive, and that's going to be a tough order. They're not going to be able to do it, and Fairfield comes away with their first possession.
Yep, there it is. Fairfield's first possession comes in, running a little bit more standard. Obviously has that Lucio instead of the Mercy. Mercy doesn't offer your Reinhardt basically anything. It's just for the backline. It's just going to be a pocket onto what seemed like Nacho so far. And he's got a lot of value out of that so far, but when that Mercy you can't get that Rein out of bad situations like Sellout was caught in. So generally that's why that Lucio is so preferred.
Indeed. Oh, but we've got a couple of pick quicks coming in now in favor of St. Peter's. One of their DPS, one of the supports is down for Fairfield. They are going to get a counter pick onto Ratchet, but this is going to be a tough thing for them to come back from. Clef is able to find the main tank. The res is going to come in, but Nachos is going to come back with Attack Visor. That's going to deal a lot of damage into this Fairfield team, and St. Peter's regains control of point.
Yeah, so what you're seeing right there is you're going to have Nachos and Min here just constantly off-angling. You saw that right there. The entire team was going to go main, and Nachos just went up kitchen, trying to poke them from the backside. It's really on their supports to kind of section themselves off from that angle fast enough. They just didn't quite in fast time, and so the Baptiste got caught, and once that Baptiste is gone, it's a war of attrition. You're not going to win.
And here we go. Ratchet trying to get a Deadeye in, but Walk is going to be there with a concussive blast, concussive mine to the face. Still now moving into point is going to pop that Death Blossom. They find one. Halston is out of mech and out of the fight. Fairfield coming back in with a vengeance here. They're gonna reclaim point right at the 94% mark for St. Peter's.
Now look at winning this fair, and so basically what they're trying to go for is more of the same that the soldier was looking for, but just a lot safer and also a lot more damage in bursts. The soldier does do quite a bit of damage, but is kind of held down by the angles they can take. Farah in the air isn't like kind of restricted to certain angles. Is still gonna go through top right here. Not sure if that's the play. People are teleporting. All I'm gonna think is people are teleporting on my screen. We are watching Melee apparently. Everyone's learning how to wave dash in real time. It's Fox versus Falco.
Yeah, we are getting a little bit of lag here in the production booth, but it seems to be working itself out. St. Peter's now positioning on this high ground, looking to drop once they kind of close the gap here. They're going to start with a self-destruct. It's going to catch one out. Walk is down. Brick now trying to keep the pressure on. They've got a shatter, but they're going to be taken out of the fight before they can use it. Going to lose that ultimate. 99% now on the board for Fairfield. Can they hold on to this? They're coming back into it. There is a res from Min, and crucially, Nacho's already providing value after they get resurrected. Hercules going to be able to get remech'd as well. This is a tough fight here. Both teams want this one desperately, but only one's going to walk away with the win. And speaking of walk, they come up big for Fairfield, and Fairfield takes the first sub-map.
Kind of the issue you kind of run in when you try to run that split comp with Pharah and Rush. Your Pharah wants to play slow, wants to poke. Your Ryan's D.Va want to go fast in because they don't have that much time before their resources are expended. They want to get that damage out as quickly as possible. Pharah isn't like that. Pharah is a slow, methodical, pressuring character, and when you're running those two different styles, one of them's not going to get enough value. I believe right there was the Pharah, so you have to play towards one pivotal kind of style, and if you kind of divert yourself in two different directions, you're gonna end up going nowhere. You're just gonna spin yourself around.
Indeed. They're still gonna go for an aerial look here, St. Peter's is, but this time it's gonna be Nachos on the Echo. That's gonna provide a lot more consistent damage coming out from the air. While continuing on the Junkrat, Fairfield's gonna come away with point possession initially. But St. Peter's trying to take a couple different angles, especially Nachos. They want to get around that shield and find a squishy in the backline. Ratchet throwing in quite a bit of damage into the shield of Brick. Nachos finds a couple sticky bombs onto Brick as well. But Bill's going to be there with the Flash Panda Hammer. Nachos going to be rezzed though. And Fairfield comes away with point possession, but this fight is still going on. They still have to win it. Hercules is going to be able to take out the Immortality Field, and right after that, Brick finds Sellout. So, Fairfield coming away with a nice fight with here.
Yeah, right now Fairfield has been kind of in control. And kind of like the tempo kind of flipped. One fight is all it took, and now it's never gone back the other way. I don't know if this Lucio will live. So that sucks.
Clef might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They find the focusing beam a little too much to overcome. Nachos is going to duplicate the D.Va. They're going to be looking to get that self-destruct online as fast as they can. They're going to launch it towards the backup point. Shatter comes in, knocks down a couple members, and Nachos comes away with two. Excellent shatter bomb right there coming out from St. Peter's University. Now it's just Brick and a Dream. Nevermind Walk is back with a Riptire, not to be outdone by Nachos. They find two as well. This fight may be swinging back the way of Fairfield. It's just a 1v1 on point. Focusing beam now out from Nachos. They're getting a lot of damage into Brick, but the Immortality Field is there as well. They're going to be able to keep them up. And Fairfield still holding on, but only for so long. It's now two members are out. Hercules is back in their mech. Can they stay on point? Can they bleed a little bit more percentage out of this? The shatter comes in from Sellout, and that's going to clean things up. St. Peter's comes away with possession.
Yeah, very long stalled out fight. Good for them. If they're going to lose that fight, making sure it takes as long as possible, get as much percentage as possible right there. And we're going to kind of see if they can break the defensive setup, though. The Echo is going to shine here along with that Junkrat. And Walk has been getting surprising amount of value, but can they do it on offense when all their angles of approach are going to get shut down? You're going to have Ratchet here. He's called out. They know he's there. They're going to try and find him. Tire in. Not going to work.
No, it doesn't work that time. In fact, it's going to be Walk who finds Ratchet with a concussive blast. Sadberry now committed by Clef. Here comes a self-destruct once again from Halston. They're going to be taken out before they can remake. Excellent play there from Gil with another flash and the hammer. Nachos not to be outdone, though. They're going to be able to take them out of the fight. Now it's a little bit in favor of St. Peter's. The focusing beam of Nachos just doing tremendous work. They're going to come up with a 3K to end it.
Yep. And right now, we're going to have that percentage coming up. You're going to see what the value that this Echo can provide, especially on defense. Sticky Mines, when you're walking in a straight line, basically on a rotation, very easy to hit, as compared to when you're in a defensive position, know the Echo's coming and you're going to dodge, dip in every which way. It's a lot harder when you have to walk a certain direction because you can try and change up your movement, but at the end of the day, they know where you're going to go.
Right, they do. Exactly.
Okay.
And Ratchet, though, bites off a little bit more than they can chew. Gil finds them with a body shot to end their reign right there. Now they're going to pop the amplification matrix. There's going to be a counter one coming out from St. Peter's as well. A lot of damage coming in now. St. Peter's has eclipsed Fairfield now in their capture percentage. Gil coming in big with another flash panda hammer. He's just been on the mark with all these. Nachos takes him out with a sticky bombs though, and now a lot of healing having to be pumped into this Fairfield lineup. The mortality field has to be committed by Hunter because many members of St. Peter's are low. Shatter connects though in a big way for Sellout. They're able to clean up the point after that. The focus will be coming in again from Nachos, and that is gonna be St. Peter's holding on again. We are last fight territory now as Fairfield was able to flip it. They're gonna have to get back to point fast.
Yep, and this is where it becomes harder to block this shatter right now. You're gonna walk in, you're gonna put that shield up, so much damage is gonna come through. If you charge, it's really bad for you. You're gonna take so much damage or just lose your life. If not everyone dies to this bomb, it's gonna be hard. Because if you're trying to remake on top of them, not gonna work.
Oh, here comes the shatter now from Sella. The immortality field is out to try and keep members of Fairfield alive, but it's only gonna last for so long. This is gonna be St. Peter's coming back, tying up this map of Nepal.
Yep, gonna be going to 1-1 here, looking for this final round inside Sanctum to try and see who is gonna win this one out, win this first round. But it's been a close one so far, going the distance both times. And I wonder if they're gonna change anything up. Are these teams also just gonna run the same Ryan compositions every single map? Doesn't look like it. I feel like St. Peter's is gonna be the first one to try and swap away, but it seems like even Fairfield is getting off the Reinhardt train and onto the Monkey train.
Yeah, that they are. We're going to see something, well, I was going to say a little bit reminiscent of a six-man dive, but no, not really anymore from either side. Interesting DPS picks here. And support as well, both Sporting and Anna, but I like Clef on the Brigitte. That's going to really shut down a lot of these dives coming out from St. Peter.
Yep, and right now you're going to be having Nachos look for some angles here. Is a little bit outranged by Gil, but if they can get to that more medium range, is slightly favored. Faster fire rate will do that for you.
And here we go. We've got a lot of damage coming out now from both of these Tesla cannons. Halston going down very low. They almost get de-mech'd, but the heals are there to keep them up. Rick able to find Min though. So because of that, there's not going to be enough heals to keep Halston in their mech. Rick taking advantage of that. Ratchet going to come in, find a counter pick, but they're only going to last for so long. At this point, going to go over to Fairfield first.
And the Ana looking for the background flank is going to find it. It's going to take out 2 right there on the Ana character. Not something you normally see. Generally want to stay behind, but woke up and chose violence today, it would seem.
Yeah, Logo de Polo certainly did. That was a very aggressive Ana play coming out, but you know what? It worked. And now Fairfield gonna look to hold this choke here very strongly, hoping to not let them in. We do have Nacho swapping over to the Reaper, and I like this game. It's gonna be able to chew through Rick on this Winston very efficiently, very quickly. Hercules gonna try and keep them at bay though for the moment. They have the self-destruct. Do they need it? Chose now pushing on the point, but they're gonna be pushed away and back. Backfires are coming out from Walk. Gonna deal a lot of damage into the St. Peter side. Here comes a Meteor Strike going after Logo de Polo. Almost finds them. They are down in the back line. Looking to see if they can get a little extra there too. Clef wasn't there to keep Logo de Polo alive that time. Ratchet does eventually go down, but not before more damage is done. This St. Peter's team looking to reclaim, or rather take this point for the first time. Bob is committed, but they're only gonna last for so long.
Bob is a good butler there, gonna stall out a little bit percentage, but nothing more. That's an ultimate you really kind of want to hold on to most of the time. A lot of people try to use it for stall some ticks, but it's really powerful. It's so supremely powerful in the fact that it actually can kind of edge that character Ashe over something like a Cassidy or a Widowmaker. But the rally, that's an ultimate that has been quite strong, quite strong indeed.
Wow, but a nade coming out from Hunter, very strong as well. Briefly stops that push coming out from Fairfield. Gill's going to be able to take out Sellout, taking a page out of their book, swapping over to the Reaper as like the swaps coming out from both sides. Resurrection does come in from Min Min, but the rest of the team has fallen. Sellout now pops that Primal Rage to try and stay alive. They're going to try and keep getting point percentage flicked over, but Fairfield has this pretty well locked down. Nachos does get a counter pick onto Gill, so this isn't over yet. Fairfield does eventually take point.
Yep, they take that point away, 57% now. Brick is in trouble. The Reaper does a lot of damage in those close quarters. He's going to have to back up. Walk is also 1 HP. These long-range duels, short-range duels, no matter what it is, they have to win. Oh my, 2 different prongs of attack here. Nachos gets one on the backside somehow.
Yeah, we've got both Reapers showing up in a big way. Nanoboost now committed on to sell out that Tesla cannon, working overtime right now. Fairfield up to about 80% here. Logan Apollo has the nano boost. Do they need to commit it yet, though, is the question, or are they going to save it for this next fight? It looks like they're going to be able to do just that.
It's set that it looks like they have a lot of time to get back on the point here, but it's really not much at all. This is gonna have to be, someone has to start moving now to look to potentially touch. They're gonna have a rally on this point as well. That's gonna shut down any approach, really. They have like 200 extra HP on all the approaches on point right now. This fight does not seem winnable.
No, it certainly doesn't, but Halston is gonna come back in a big way. Self-destruct catches 2 out. This could be an opportunity for St. Peter's to come back. Nade lands from Logan Apollo, though, and that's going to be the end of Min Min. Halston gets demeched as well. Nachos not to be outdone, though. They do find a pick on the Clef. Is it going to be enough with Ratchet connecting with those rockets as well? This could be St. Peter's taking this point back.
A little bit of a caster curse for you there. A little bit.
Right?
Nothing. I'd like to relish the power a little bit. Sometimes I just say things for the hope of jinxing people. It's just something I do. I'm abusing my power, so what? But we're going to be seeing here who can kind of get off these valuable ults. They have basically the same ults coming up, except one team has that nano a little bit faster. Do they play slow for that? Take some poke? Not much poke to be found. It's just going to be walk shooting your tanks, basically. But instantly, they go in.
As they do, Nachos is there, though, to start dealing in damage with those Hellfire Shotguns. Here comes a Death Blossom, but it's going to be eaten up completely by the Defense Matrix. Both of them, as a matter of fact, unable to find what they needed. Halston is out of their mech, though, so this is looking a little bit better for Fairfield at the moment, but Ratchet comes in with a nice kill as well. Self-destruct lands, but it's not going to find anybody. Walk going down very low. Ratchet doing an excellent job finding some damage right there. 92% now on the board for St. Peter's. This is such a close matchup, but walking away with it. 3K right there might be the end of this fight, and that might be Fairfield going up 1-0 in this match. What a performance coming out of this Fairfield team.
Yes, and right there, Fairfield coming out with the first win here, first map win here. They still have to get 2 more on the board before they secure it, but really back and forth showing right there from both squads, so this could go the distance.
It certainly could. This is a very close matchup. This is, frankly, not at all what I expected. I love, these players from Fairfield, but I didn't think they were going to be able to come away with a win against this St. Peter's team, but you know what? The winter break, maybe some magic happened there in Fairfield because they are looking strong.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest reasons why this team kind of may have slipped up in the fall season, they had a lot of people, I believe, leaving. A lot of seniors were going out, graduating, that kind of stuff, and they were trying to kind of come together as a team, and maybe it just took an extra semester than what you would hope, but better late than never, as they always say. This team looks definitely like they compete against St. Peter's in this match, especially.
It's going to be curious to see how they're going to perform as we move on to the Escort and Hybrid map next, because these play very differently, and a lot of times we see teams that can excel on Control Point, but then kind of drop the ball a little bit on Hybrid and Control. But if Fairfield can keep up this kind of play, they're going to make this a very tough matchup for St. Peter's, and I'm here for it.
Yep, and pretty sure it is Kings Row next, so
Oh, yes.
gonna be more Rush coming out. Something we
As the 2CP maps are concerned, I think probably the most brawl-centric map that you can find. So it's just interesting that through the roll of the dice this time around, we're heading into such a brawl-centric kind of week. Fairfield, I'm going to be curious to see, how they come away with this, because if we look back at that last map, it was 1-1 on kind of the brawl-centric maps, right? Fairfield took the first one on Village, and St. Peter's came back and took the one on Temple. So this could really go either way, and it's just going to come down to who I think has a better understanding and has a better execution of this brawl composition.
Yeah, and we'll end up seeing kind of if St. Peter's just go to more traditional style of brawl, because that is kind of what is favored on Kings Row a lot of the time. Not that you can't do other things, it's just with how claustrophobic the first 2 points are. Other kind of strategies become kind of very difficult to run when a rush team is in your face the entire time, right? When that's happening, double sniper, kind of double shield comps, they get a lot harder because they can basically just bridge the gap to you by just holding certain positions, or like instantly. They don't even have to really rotate like you have to do on other maps. So very hard to run.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to get a sneak peek now, though, into what both of these teams are thinking. Fairfield going to be on the defense first, and they are running out with a very standard-looking brawl composition, just like we thought they would. Gil on the Mei, that's going to be very, very, very beneficial for Fairfield. That first choke can be just clogged up so efficiently and so well by Gil. We may see a rotation going through cinema, or movie theater, rather, by this St. Peter's squad.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of showing no Lucio going to be standard here, are going to be going on top of Mondada's head. Typically, you don't want the Reinhardt for that because he doesn't stay up there. In fact, he does not, in fact, stay up there very long. We'll have to drop very quickly, but they're just going to try and force them back into the back left corner. And then what do they do with the space? They have to pressure point.
Exactly, yeah. They're going to have to get in the way of that huge gun coming out from Ratchet. It doesn't appear that we're going to have that TP on top of the Mondada statue, at least not initially. Ratchet's just gonna move down main. Gil's able to take Hunter out of the fight, but the res does come in. Ratchet trying as hard as they can to get damage going in, but just not finding it. Nacho's gonna get stunned. Brick already built up that shatter and laid it down. Just gotta walk straight at Ratchet. They have bit off more than they could chew because that immortality field was able to keep them alive. Now Ratchet dealing a lot of damage, but Walk is eventually able to find them. This could go St. Peter's way if they regroup fast.
Yeah, I'm surprised they go for this, and then don't try to instantly TP back up there. I'm not sure why they didn't. They don't really have much to pressure off the Bastion once they're set up. It's basically going to be a Mei and a Cassidy trying to shoot them while everyone else is in their face. Just swap off that for the Pharah, though.
We do have a flank coming out from Nachos. They are going to be able to take Clef out of the fight, but Brick finds Sellout as well. Photon Barrier going to get committed right as the high noon has popped, and that's going to allow St. Peter's to stay out of the way and start to capture this point. Excellent play coming out here from this Symmetra player, Nachos.
Yeah, Quef dies there mid Lucio beat. Had that gone off, I mean, 1,000 HP temporary as it is, still all of your allies is so massive and probably just swings that fight in your favor. We're going to be seeing what they can do next fight, though. They're going to play aggressive on this choke. That's generally what you want to do. I want to see Vortex keep jumping up window to stop the Pharaoh from getting free poke, free damage onto the Baptiste, because that's the biggest person you have to protect. Vortex is not looking at it at all.
Wow. Oh my gosh, but look at this. Rick lays down the law with a shatter. Taking out Sellout immediately, finding another pick. Fairfield, they're gonna get this this very, very prime position at Arches.
Yeah, still maintaining Archer's positioning. We really need to see Ratchet hit some of these directs onto the back line, because that's the only way you're going to really win this out. You have no other advantage there outside of poke, so if you're not landing said poke on the key targets, it's just not going to work, and you see that right there. Your Baptiste's not poked out, they're not afraid to walk forward.
No, they are not. Amplification Matrix going to be committed late by Hunter. That's going to cause members of Fairfield to back up, but they're still finding picks as they do so. And this Arches hold is looking strong.
Yep, and it's going to keep remaining strong until they find a way to really start pressuring the back line. The front line, very healthy right now, especially with the fact that not a lot of damage will be coming down with Rick, and now that he has an Amp Matrix behind him, he's just going to get full healed every single time. Maybe they're just playing for Barrage here. Vortex has to be on point with that DM, though.
That they do. Shatter's going to come out. 5 members of Fairfield hit the ground. Here comes a Barrage, but it's not going to find any kills. Counter Shatter comes out from Rick. They are going to find their demise at the hands of a Gravitic Flux from Halston. And with that, the stranglehold on Arches has been broken, and St. Peter's is going to continue their march through the streets of Kings Row.
Yeah, and right now, it's going to be leveraging how much can they get out of this Pharah for now. That's their only real win condition. They don't have any ultimates online. Again, Sigma plus, Sigma rocks, orbs, I guess. They're not rocks. He has one of those. That could basically one-shot a Squishy, but the bomb is also going to one-shot some Squishies of their own right there.
That it is. Couple things coming in fast and furious for Fairfield. This fight is over almost before it starts.
Yep, just gone. Basically, bomb goes in, kills one, pressures the others out, gets them low. That's all they wrote. I really want to see this team try to play with a Lucio. I know Min might not be as comfortable on it, but if you can just 3-2-1 speed around and try and pressure out Reinhardt, I think that could be very beneficial. Right now, you can't even walk in with your main core because you just don't have the follow-up for it that's necessary, especially with a Sigma that isn't able to help out your Reinhardt in a way like a D.Va or a Zarya. It's just rough.
Logan Apollo pops that Am Matrix. That's going to get a lot of damage going in. It's going to slow the roll of this St. Peter's side. Deadeye Flank is going to find one. Mercy out of the sky. Sellout throws down the Shatter, but it's not going to find too much. There are a couple picks. Weapons out of the fight. Vortex going very low, but they are able to find a pick of their own and stay almost in mech. They are going to be D-mech, so this is an opportunity now for St. Peter's to come in. They're going to do just that. Hunter finds Guild, and with that, Fairfield forced to back up. Quite the turn of events there for St. Peter's.
Yeah, just turns back in their favor, but now coming back with a Shatter. 3 on the ground. Watch out for the Junkrat spam. That's all you really need to do. Ultimates back and forth right now is going to decide the course of this fight.
That it is. They have the Gravitic Flux. Here it comes. Can they lift members off the point long enough to get a Sig 9? Nope, they're not. As Guild pops that Tac Visor as soon as he hears members of his team go up in the air. This is a close fought fight, but it is going in the way of St. Peter's, especially after the res onto Ratchet. Just 3 meters and change to go before they capture this point, but they still have to take care of these few heroes from Fairfield. The Remac comes in from Vortex, and that is a big boon for them. Amp Matrix now used by Hunter. That's going to force Fairfield back once again, and as quick as Vortex was in their mech, they're back out. Rick finds a nice fire strike. Logan Apollo gonna fall though. Sound barrier committed now by Fairfield. They're gonna be up 1 now in this fight, and I can't believe it. They come back and hold.
Potentially losing too late, that's disastrous. But they're very low. If they kill Ratchet right now, doesn't happen. If they killed Ratchet and Hunter right there, they can still maintain this hold, but that looks like it's it. Looks like St. Peter's gonna push it through. Nothing they can do to stop it any longer, but a good stall nonetheless. I doubt this will finish with time. If it does, it's gonna have to be a speed run where this cart does not stop once.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're gonna have to have 3 people on this cart the entire time, and that's going to severely impact their ability to take this frontline fight. Sellout going to start to move forward now. They need to land a big shatter here. Rick now looking for the same. Fire strike thrown in. There's the shatter, but it gets blocked. Stun comes in as well, and Sellout is gone. Now it's just free reign for Fairfield to do as they please. Nice charge coming in from Rick as well. This isn't over yet. The Valking Mercy has kept their team alive and kept them in it. Now there's less than a minute to go, and Fairfield has successfully pushed back against St. Peter's.
Yeah, you're gonna be seeing here, I wonder how much damage can this soldier actually end up doing taking this angle as they walk in. Trying to get through 2 shields is gonna be tough for them. Once they pop the tac visor as well, they can get shut down quite easily by that Sigma. It'll be interesting how much value they can get out of that. They could try to speed around corner high noon. It's gonna do a lot of shield damage, but they don't even need it. Just do it. Do 2 shields, who cares?
Yeah, excellent shot coming out there from Gil. Clef not to be outdone either, but Nachos comes in with a 2K Deadeye. Logan Apollo finding a couple as well. It is just back and forth between these 2 teams. But as the dust is settling, Fairfield's coming up a little bit stronger right now. 10 seconds left to go. Somebody from St. Peter's has to touch, and they have to touch noon. But they're going to be walking straight into a Deadeye. Here comes the Gravitic Flux, and the Deadeye gonna come in, takes a player out. Hunter is gone. It's just up to Min to keep them alive in this fight. The tac visor is gonna be brutal coming out from Gil. Falk finds the pick on the Halston. Nachos goes down low. They're taken out as well. And Fairfield's gotta be able to hold on. They've got a shatter as well that can keep anyone away from point as they try and come in. Les tries to come in from Min, but it's not gonna be there. And with that charge onto Hunter, that's gonna be Fairfield holding.
Yeah, it's a pretty early third point hold as well. So not much having to go after that second point. That's really strong for them. It means that the enemy defense has to play in a very awkward position. They have to play that first corner. They can't back up mostly because it will just give too much card space. Well, you have to now walk into them aggressively and have to use resources when you really don't want to. So it is going to be interesting. You can see right there where that payload has to go. I mean, that's such an awkward spot to try and defend. You have to play first corner or maybe even first choke, and even then none of those are ideal, as that second choke being able to fall back to that. But on this offense, how can something like a flying character, which I'm assuming we're going to be seeing here from St. Peter, help them on their defense as opposed to their offense, where on defense you kind of want a little bit more of that pressure on backline because they have to walk in, and it's a lot easier that way. But now we're going to be seeing the Lucio on defense where it's less necessary than on offense.
Yeah, that is going to be crucial though. Having they're going to have 2 ways to keep their teams alive. They're going to have the immortality field plus sound barrier. Airfield looking to have that as well. And the DPS line having a little problem deciding what they want. They eventually settle on May and Soldier 76. Like both of these picks, and we're going to see 76 on the other side as well. Fairfield going to use it too.
Yeah, typically it's Cassie in that slot just because Flashbang is quite strong. I mean, if you hit it on a couple people, I call it I just call it an Earth Shatter. I say I hit an Earth Shatter every time I do it. Basically what it is. Especially since that Earth Shatter got nerfed on the CC duration.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of damage coming in now from Fairfield. Walk is able to find Min, and now this St. Peter squad not going to be able to back up like they need to get out of the way of this damage that is just coming through hand over fist from Fairfield. Walk is going to be taken out, but there is another counter pick in favor of Fairfield, so they're still up 1, and their spawn is so much closer. Logan Apollo doing an excellent job keeping their tank line and everybody else alive. Unfortunately, Gil does fall for them as well. They've all going to come out, sectioning off a few people of Fairfield, catching that Diva out. Vortex almost gets demech, but they're able to survive long enough to find their support line again. While Fairfield had a couple of picks, they weren't able to translate it into point control yet. Logan Apollo pops the Amp Matrix, so now they're going to be able to push in a lot harder. That shield of Sellout's going to be hard-pressed to last long. But look at this! St. Peter's coming out with a tremendous hold here on first point. They're going to wipe Fairfield off the map. And almost a minute and a quarter off the clock.
Not a single tick given. That's amazing for them, especially when it looks so dire. Min Min is probably the one character that you're like, okay, we're fine with this person getting picked first. Anything else can be very dangerous because Min Min can get back so fast, and also the Lucio in a lot of situations isn't providing so much outside of that initial speed boost or an amp heal here or there. So kind of lucky that that was the person that got randomly logged by the Hanzo, but still a little bit of a boon for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Fairfield gonna take a long rotation this time around. They're gonna drop towards the backside of point, making sure that they don't take a lot of chip damage. Now we're just seeing a complete swap of sides here. Fairfield gonna come away with point control at the moment, but it's being hotly contested by St. Peter's. Blizzard now committed by Ratchet. Here comes a self-destruct as well from Vortex. Vortex's ult is gonna land, as is Gills. Gills coming in huge right now with attack by just mowing down everybody. Halston doesn't stand a chance there. And with that, Fairfield gonna be able to capture this first point.
Yeah, it kind of just came down to the ults getting popped earlier there for Fairfield as opposed to St. Peter's, who took a little bit longer on their ultimates to kind of throw it out, especially that window. I'm surprised the windows are being held for this long. That ultimate is built up in 20 seconds, and you can try and just throw it out almost every single fight. It's a great opener, a great finisher, a great anything, because it just forces resources or just kills people if they don't have it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It can burn through so many resources. One resource Ratchet doesn't have is life at the moment as they take the business end of a Dragon Strike. Both shatters land into shields, but it's going to be Gil once again coming up with a big kill on the sellout. No main tank for either team, so no clear advantage for either one. Going to be a lot of damage coming into each side, but St. Peter's is going to back off and give a little bit of cart progress to Fairfield as they wait for their main tank to rejoin.
Yep, and no mech here for D.Va is really rough. This is kind of a rough situation for this D.Va. They want to get that mech back up, but even if they do, they're going to get caught out on the side. Maybe looking for an assassination on the back line is the only play they can really go for, but it still doesn't feel great.
No, it doesn't. Vortex going to try and eat as much of that attack visor as they can, but they are eventually going to be the mech. Hunter is able to find them out. And with that, St. Peter's coming up with a nice hold here, getting a couple picks, able to retake control of the cart and push back Fairfield.
Yep, there it is. Push them back. St. Peter's getting out of that bad situation when they're basically down one, with Nachos hitting the flank. Min Quef not going to be able to live through that. And now it's going to be interesting. Can they eat this May Blizzard? That's the win condition here for Ratchet and for St. Peter's, but they don't seem to be aware of their positioning. There it is. Vortex was completely unaware.
No, they're going to be caught out. Logan Apollo as well. That's going to be tough if they can find that player. St. Peter's is going to be in a really good position. Logan Apollo does stay up here. Austin going to go on a flank and try and take Gil out of the fight, and that's a big pick if they can get it, but they are instead demech. Hunter goes down as well. Austin now looking for the remech kill. Not able to get it, but they are remeched, and once again, Fairfield has gotten stalled out.
Yeah, right now, they'll be watching out for the flank! Rick, man, what can you say besides MTD in those situations?
Yeah, it looks like the St. Peter's team got Rick rolled right there as their entire team hit the ground. Excellent shatter coming out from the main tank of Fairfield, and with that, they capture second point, and they've got double the time that St. Peter's had going into this point.
And it's once again a situation of like, we're holding on to these windows for so long, and now we're going to be holding on to it even longer because you're just dead. You're going to get some trades out here, but if this doesn't go your way, you're going to at least force out some very critical ultimates. That's St. Peter's holding on for the defense you really want.
Yeah, they're going to come back with a vengeance right here. A nice defense coming out from St. Peter's, and they had to because their backs were against the wall. That golden box of victory for Fairfield is just right around that corner. One good fight from Fairfield, and they're going to take it.
Yep, one good fight is all you ever really need. They'll be walking up here. Don't have much ultimates on the table. Walk, trying to build the ultimate as fast as possible. Potentially could hit an arrow dragging down the middle. Forces them off the cart, but it's going to be into a couple ultimates. Just kill Min Min again. Just kill Min Min, I guess. I don't know. It's Hanzo things, I guess.
Yeah, beautiful headshot coming in. Now they're going to be able to clear away a lot of the point with this Dragon Strike. Sellout going to be taken out of the fight right after they use their Shatter, and this is an opportunity for Fairfield to cap, but Ratchet has other things to say about that. 2 picks on either side. This could easily go either way. Self-destruct from Vortex is going to land. It's going to push it over. Just 0.12 meters separates Fairfield from victory on Kings Row, and they are going to be able to push it almost in. 0.04 meters now. This is wild. What an excellent defense being put up by St. Peter's, but it's not going to be enough. Fairfield goes up 2-0.
Yeah, and it was looking a little dicey there for Fairfield because they had a 3-3 split in a rush composition, not something you can really afford. 3 people turn to look back and turn for the soldier. 3 people kept on the front line. And when that happens, if you're 3 people turning for 1, that's just simple maths right there. That's 5 people shooting your lonely little Reinhardt on the point. That's never something you want to be seeing. That's why you guys have to stay committed. 6 of 1 mind. Just pushing the same target at all times is kind of the idea you want to go for in a rush comp. And that almost spelled doom for them, but the bomb, so well placed, boops away the bob, kills everyone on point. Just very well played.
Yeah, and this is quite the showing coming out from Fairfield. They are up 2-0 against one of the top teams in EGF right now. So this Fairfield team, I think, is one to watch out for, but St. Peter's isn't down and out yet. It is very possible that we could see a reverse sweep coming in from them. And that is going to be their last hope because now their backs are against the wall. This is do or die time for them as we get ready to head into Hanamura. But first, we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We got plenty more action coming at you right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. If you're just joining us, you are in for a treat. We've got an exciting match between Fairfield University and St. Peter's. We're looking at an upset right now because Fairfield is up 2-0, and now they're sporting a 1-6 record versus St. Peter's, who is 6-1. So this is quite a showing coming out from this squad.
Yeah, so far definitely been punching above their expected weight.
Yeah.
We'll see if that continues on Hanamura. Can definitely be a very snowball-heavy map on the first and second fight of the points. You've seen a nice little view there out in the mountains. The background detail work in Overwatch is quite good, I must say. A lot of the time.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there's so much that you don't notice through a normal, through the normal beats of a game, and I love getting to see some of the atmosphere that they've created at Blizzard. Just a beautiful map, and got a good composition coming out from Fairfield on defense here. They're gonna have Walk on the Junkrat, and that's gonna make it really hard for Sellout to push in, especially if they're gonna stay on this Reinhardt.
Yep, Mei has been a staple on this map for quite a while, and I'll say this every time I cast Hanamura and I say Mei, because I like to say how much of a boomer I am. Back in 2016, Mei was considered a very bad character, very bad. You would see her on one map and one map only, and that was Hanamura. That's how classic they were on this map. That was also before SimTP could just take you across, which is why the SimTP strat was kind of invented. Was, hey, how do we get past the Mei wall? Well, SimTP can take us through, and now Mei kind of fell off after that because they could just go past the Mei wall.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to see a SimTP come out this time from St. Peter's. They're going to look to just try and brute force their way through this choke, but they're coming up against quite a tough ball in Fairfield University. Ratchet on the far as well. Going to be trying to get an off angle and dealing some damage to this backline just to avoid that shield altogether. They're causing members of Fairfield to now have to back up and find alternate locations from which to keep spamming this choke, but spam they continue to do. And look at this, Walk is already 80% the way to a Riptire. St. Peter's does try to rotate into the small room to the right of choke, but they meet their demise.
That's never gonna be really conducive to winning that fight there. When you're going into the small room against a Junkrat, you have a fire, you want to be playing outside. Again, same issue that the Nepal on Village. They're running the split composition. The Pharaoh wants to play slow, but the rest of their team, they're just sitting around doing nothing. Reaper, 38%. That was from like a Hanzo maybe. You're gonna have a lot more ult percentage, but also a lot more kill threat. So it's just really rough running this split kind of style.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now we got a big shatter. It's gonna land. They're waiting for the Riptire, and it lands as well. That immortality field doesn't last long enough. Hunter and Sellout out of the fight. And with that, Fairfield holds again. Minute and a half burned off the clock.
Yep, there's that minute now gone for them. 2 minutes actually now gone for them. They still have a lot of ultimates to hold on this defense. Gil hasn't been getting a lot of those icicles to land so far, so pretty lacking on that Mei ult charge, but they're gonna have to try and go fast into the enemy team as they try to walk in. The barrage could still be dangerous.
It certainly could. Here it comes, but the immortality field is there. The damage was already done as a couple of bigs came in before Ratchet was even in position to launch that barrage into Fairfield. Sound barrier committed, but that may have been a little bit of an overcommit from Clef. It looks like they used both support ults, as a matter of fact.
Both support ults are now gone. They have that Mei Blizzard finally. They finally wisen up. They swapped to a very more traditional style. Trap top right. If they lose mech here, that's really rough. Okay, no, I'm not gonna lose that. But they're gonna try and sim TP past the Mei wall. The counter to this is either going aggressive or full committing onto that TP when they back up. Not gonna be able to full commit on TP because it's on high ground, but the bomb might just change that.
It is certainly gonna cause St. Peter's to have to back out a little bit. Ratchet does find a pick, walks, Riptire not gonna land this time. Blizzard has to be committed by Gil, as this is definitely an advantage right now for St. Peter's University. Ratchet trying to deal in a tremendous amount of damage, but the picks come in favor of Fairfield. However, Logo to Polo is out of the fight, so now it's just up to Clef to keep their team alive, and those Lucio AoE heals are not gonna be enough to keep Walk up as Ratchet tightens the Ratchet down on this point. Gil coming in big though, gets a couple of picks. Percentage starting to be captured now by St. Peter's, but members of Fairfield are back and they're pushing hard against the St. Peter's squad. Photon barrier committed as well. This is now the best opportunity that St. Peter's has to capture this point.
Shatter, there it goes down. Symmetra on the floor. Not going to live for much longer, and they're going to secure this hold without a single tick given away. Nacho's going to try and stall, but on the ball, shouldn't live for much longer. Who is going to touch with Nacho's being out of the fight? Remember, it's 10 seconds to respawn, 5 seconds before you even get a grapple available for that hamster, so that's not going to be available right there. Instead, it's going to be the Baptiste trying to touch on this point, but isn't much longer for this world.
No, they are not. Halston now trying to come away with a hero play right here. They have to use that Wraith form to try and get onto point, but they're only going to last so long. Overtime ticking over, and just a few more staggers coming in, but what an incredible hold. That is on the books right now for Fairfield. They just have to take Nachos out of the fight, and this is over.
I think it's a min. The only one that can touch it on spud supports now available on this point, but again, it's kind of over. And it's very similar to Nepal, where they're playing these split styles, and you're just wasting so much time trying to get the Pharah style of the slow and methodical to work. Basically, by the Pharah itself, it's only the Pharah committing to that style. Only the Pharah spamming people out. You saw it 2 minutes in. You still you still didn't have some of your key ultimates that you need, especially that Reaper ult. That Reaper was doing absolutely nothing, just sitting there and choke waiting for the Pharah to do stuff. You have to be looking towards playing towards a style, like I said earlier. And then, unfortunately for them, some really clutch picks coming in for the side of Fairfield late in crucial fights. Just leaves them out to dry, really.
Yeah. Quite the showing coming out from Fairfield. And now, this is the final moment that St. Peter's can try and come back in this series, and they can't even take a map win here. The best that they can do is to hope to turn Hanamura into Dranamura, because they didn't get anything on that first push. That's a big fat egg up there in the capture percentage. So they're in a very tough spot here, and this has got to be unusual for them as well. I mean, 6-1 is a tremendous record.
Yeah, and I believe they were at the top of their conference, or they were the top, top of the division, because there they are, St. Peter's University 4-0 in the MAAC standings, and you see Fairfield at 7th compared to the first that St. Peter's did, undefeated in that division so far. So this is a really big upset right now, and a lot of work obviously got put in between these semesters.
Oh my gosh, beautiful TP to point. Maywall's up. Somebody from St. Peter's has to try and touch, but they are zoned out and away from this immortality field up now by Hunter, but they're not going to be long for this world. Quest finds a pick, Rick finds two, and with this, Fairfield looking to take away a game off of St. Peter's. Fairfield gets their second win of the year against St. Peter's. What a showing.
Yeah, a lot seems to have changed with this team recently, because that does not look like a 1-6 performance right there. Obviously, taking out the 6-1 St. Peter's, dropping them down to 6-2, very big stuff for them, and in quite a strong fashion, at least when it comes to the rush mirror. I don't know how it would look if there was other kind of compositions being played, because you obviously saw they don't want to go to that Lucio, which is just a staple of Rush. Obviously, there's ways to make it work that they weren't employing, but there's obviously things that weren't being employed there. But man, yeah, it kind of felt like they were just trying to play a Rush comp, but worse, into a good Rush comp.
Right, yeah, it was very interesting, the composition choices that St. Peter's made, and I kind of have to wonder if maybe they didn't beat themselves a little bit to take away anything from what Fairfield did, because honestly, I would compare them to what we saw in our previous game, where, let's see here, who was it? It wasn't Villanova, it was...
Villanova was getting beat by William and Mary.
William and Mary, they just look to play it by the book every single time. And that's what Fairfield did as well. This was just a very, very solid performance on Brawl, through and through.
Yep, through and through. Seems to be kind of a staple so far. A lot of teams in certain tiers love Brawl, and then as you kind of move up, it gets less played and less played and less played because
Yeah.
the ball comps are just so oppressive if you have
Yeah.
certain key positions playing extremely well. I mean, if you have a good ball player, good DPS players, it's like becomes extremely oppressive to play against on such a variety of maps. It's not like goats where it's like a one size fits all kind of thing where you can run it everywhere, but on the
Right.
vast majority of maps that composition does kind of tear Brawl apart. But we haven't seen that yet, and we've been seeing these brawl mirrors, and it just goes the way of the team that plays it more coordinated, more disciplined. That is kind of what that composition looks for.
Yeah. Beautiful showing coming out from Fairfield. I'm excited to see what this team can do moving into the future. Excellent, excellent performance coming out from them. We're going to be back in just a few short minutes with an interview from one of the members of Fairfield, so don't go anywhere. More Overwatch to come. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got the support phenom from Fairfield here in the interview booth. Logo to Polo. Congratulations, Logo, on a phenomenal showing today against a very tough opponent in St. Peter's.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, they were very tough, but I think we pulled through.
Yeah, I would say you absolutely did. Now to start things off, I just wanna ask, what is the difference between this squad in the fall and the spring? Because you look like a completely different team. You do not look like a 1-6 team. Make that 2-6 now.
Yeah, well, I mean, first off, we picked up a new kid, Alec.
Mm.
Great diva. We sort of also swapped some roles. I went off to support. DPS went on to main tank. So I think everything just sort of clicked.
It really appears that that is the case. Worst, want to turn it over to you for a question or two.
Yeah, so obviously you win out against a 6-1 team, top of that conference. But how far do you think you can ride this momentum now coming into the new semester? How far do you think this goes?
To be honest, we just take it day by day and team by team. I think a lot of it has to do with our mental. Some people like to look at the other team's ranks and it sort of gets to their head. So I think once we sort of calm some fears down and just work together, I think we could go pretty far.
Absolutely, I certainly agree. Now, what has it been like for you swapping over to support? Do you feel more comfortable in this role?
Oh yeah, for sure. I played support all winter long with a couple other friends in the EGF. We play almost every night until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, just grinding out ranked.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Excellent. Worst, anything else from you?
Yeah, it's kind of like just kind of an incredible turnaround for you guys. And obviously you guys played a lot of that Ryan compositions. Um, is that like the composition you're most comfortable on, or are you guys also comfortable on other comps?
I think for sure that's the one we're most comfortable on for right now, but we also have a couple other ones in mind that we might be pulling out in future matches for sure.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Excited to see what you do there. Now, a couple more quick questions just to close it out. Um, what do you all have planned to celebrate? I mean, getting your second win of the season, first one of the spring split. Yeah, you got any plans to celebrate?
We'll probably go around and competitive and just start doing some stupid stuff in there. Drop a couple hundred SR tonight maybe, and go from there.
All right, sounds good. I like that plan. Well, before we let you go, would you like to give any shout outs to anybody? Teammates, family, friends, anyone?
For sure, shout out to my family for watching. I don't know who's watching or who is, but them for sure. My team for actually putting me on support for one, which is definitely the better option for me. And then, I mean, all the other EGFC Overwatch kids, man, we played together, done pugs Saturday night, Sunday nights for the past couple weeks. So
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again, and what an incredible showing coming out from Fairfield. Good luck to you in the future. Hope to see more incredible Overwatch coming out from you.
thank you very much. We'll do our best.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Well, that's going to do it for me tonight, Worst. This was my final broadcast of the evening, but there's still so much more Overwatch happening on this channel and others for EGF. Before I say my goodbyes, just want to remind everybody to follow all the EGF socials. Follow mine and Worst as well. We love getting new followers, and you can stay up to date about when we're going to be casting and what we are going to be doing if you do just. So that's going to do it from me. Any final words from you, Worst, before we close?
No, I think you got everything right there. You guys might be seeing me still continuing tonight. So even though Juggle's leaving, I'm still gonna be here. So keep on watching. We have some more Overwatch, some more matches to bring you, and hopefully they're as good as that last one or better, because that was pretty dang good.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, I want to give a quick thanks to everybody behind the scenes as well. Thank you, Eon, for being our producer and observer tonight, taking on both of those roles. Thank you to everybody at EGF, and thank you all to watching tonight. Thank you as well, Worst, for being my co-caster this evening. And can't wait to see what's coming up next on EGF. Be ready for another phenomenal caster to come in here. Waffles for Sid. Love her work. She's going to be great to take you through the rest of this Overwatch journey tonight. But that's going to do it for me. So, GG's and see you next time.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC here on week 9. I am Waffles for Sid, and I will now be joining Worstcast here with you on the broadcast. Worst, how are you doing and feeling after those last couple of games?
Yep, feeling very good. They were both 3-0s, but the second one was quite a close 3-0. It's one of those ones where it's like, it's not like so close that it's like, oh, one team fight could have decided every map, but it was close enough to like, it's a competitive series. And I think that's I think it's going to be more competitive now because we have two very strong teams facing off right now. Wichita and Arlington both in the top half of the standings, which is completely different to the last time. The last two matches were one in the top half, one in the bottom half. And despite last match being the bottom half team winning, as my camera explodes and I'm going to the death realm, the void beckons.
I guess so for you on that end. We'll work on getting that sorted out, but thankfully we can still hear you. You're right. We do have Arlington and Wichita coming up as our, top 10 teams. Right now, Arlington is currently at a 6-1 record with Wichita at a 6-2. So I'm sure Wichita is looking to have Arlington join them on the 2 loss there and add another to their own bank. But we'll have to see who's actually ready to bring the heat for this first match opening up here on Nepal. We're going to be this is the village in the hut here, and oh man, May and Sim are always nasty if they get set up in that control point.
Yep, looks like it's going to be a race to that middle room in the center. Try to set up the Sim, try to get that May walls going, rotating around, and it really just becomes a kind of a really tough trial to try and break back into that hold once it's set up by the opposing team, especially on a mirror composition. A lot of times, a lot of teams would love to switch. Looks like it's actually gonna be a really fast race. That's one of the fastest in the game, I believe. Coming on, it's gonna help them get that point first.
And it's going to be a slugfest on the point. Already Maywalls and Sim turrets up the wazoo. Immo committed early here from Arlington, but does not save Tiki's mech, and Tiki does go down in the end. Wichita State is up by 1 player, but that's Symmetra here on Arlington. Julian is charged up after shooting against that Reinhardt shield. Still, no one quite capped the point yet, but as I say that, of course, Wichita goes ahead, takes it into their possession. Arlington still doing a lot of pressure and chip damage from this outside. Super Juice has already built the Ant Matrix, but 2 walls on either side. There's not very many people getting into the point yet. Another wall going up, but this time from Fluffy but Deadly on that Symmetra. And worse, it is absolute chaos here as Wichita continues to fill the kill feed.
Yep, kill feed going completely the way of Wichita there, just kind of bursting out with those key ultimates. Exactly kind of what you want to do. You're playing the attrition game on point. They never were at any point where it seems like they were decisively going to lose it. So very good resource management from the backline specifically. You can't waste Lamp too early. You can't waste Amp too early. Once that happens, that's the other team's opportunity to just go in and use their resources because you're down. So really nice discipline from the backline there of Wichita State. And now the recontest. It's so dangerous right now, especially with this TP set at one point. They can poke you down from high ground and then instantly TP back once you try to contest.
Oh man, and there it is, back in the point, contesting here. It's both of them are slugging it out in this blizzard. Lots of people frozen up, but the sound barrier coming through from Trasherland may have stopped just a bit of the damage. Another sound barrier, this time from Colby, reinforcing Arlington as they continue to put the pressure on, trying to take this point. They've lost a couple members, but they are not giving up. There's a lot of damage potential coming through from Julian, and Dez is here to try and create some of that space. Huge wall coming through from Dez, manages to take down the opposing Reinhardt, blocks off that Ant Matrix, and, well, is giving them that opportunity here to take the point and now set up their own barricade.
Yep, there it is. Now Ant Matrix is going to come through. Ooh, a nice right click there. Straight through from Julian twice in a row. That's now 2 gone. That percentage rising as these picks go further the way of Arlington's favor. And just really, again, a war of attrition hits these comps. It's a brawl on the point, and eventually someone's not going to have the resources to keep those tanks alive, or a support's going to get the unlucky misfortune of finding an orb or an icicle to the face, neither of which a very pretty tale to say the least. So this is going to be a tough ordeal trying to retake again for Wichita. Can they win this war of attrition? So far it's been good for them, but that's when they're on the defense.
We'll have to see how this one plays out now. Arlington holding strong on this point, but Maywell used early here from player, not quite on the point. The immo has been used up by Super Juice as Tiki throws that bomb. No kills coming off the back end of it, but still damage coming through from Wichita regardless of the walls. Another blizzard coming through from Dez this time, trying to save the point for his team. And a shatter drops him on the ground. It is a scrappy and deadly fight here on the point, and Fluffy but Deadly getting kills as Wichita State clearing out Arlington to take back possession.
Yep, there it is. They get that possession just in time. Now 80%, they're way ahead now. Last fight going in. Going to be a May Blizzard versus no May ult. They do have the beat, but if it's too late or it gets caught in the Blizzard itself, you're going to have to see Colby separate from the rest of the team here. If you don't, it's going to be extremely dangerous. We're going to look out for that Lucio. That beat's going to save the round for them.
Shattered in the Blizzard! Oh, did the Blizzard make it off? I don't think so. It looks like it was canceled. Diva Bomb thrown over the top, and it does manage to clip Colby in the end, but Arlington is not wanting to give up. They've lost a few members, and Wichita looking strong here on the point. A couple of May walls thrown up, trying to mitigate any of this incoming damage from the Symmetras. Wow, look at all those right clicks coming through, and well, after that, it is an uphill battle here for Arlington to try and retake this point. An Amp Matrix on top of them. Man, it is absolutely difficult here. You can see Wichita still swinging away worse as Arlington trickles on, desperately trying to keep this point alive.
This one might be over though. They have the Reinhardt set up on point, and when the Reinhardt's not afraid to start swinging, when he's just free to let it loose, not having to hide behind the shield anymore, you're gonna take a lot of damage. It's 80 per swing. I mean, any squishy is getting basically 2-tapped with any amount of friendly fire coming through. That's not a good position to ever want to be in, and Wichita win that out. Again, I'm expecting to see something very similar, unless Arlington decides. No, it looks like both these teams might decide to go towards ball. No, Arlington will be sticking on that rush, but this fair composition for Wichita is extremely good into Arlington. The only issue is it can get very hazardous if you play extremely slow, like the Pharaoh wants to do, and if you don't find enough picks with those Pharaoh rockets, if those Pharaoh rockets are not hitting that Baptiste, are not hitting that Symmetra, in a quick enough frequency, you'll just lose out because you just won't ever have the ability to full contest the point. It's really on the Pharaoh hitting their shots.
And that's so much pressure on the DPS too to ensure that they're actually bringing value, right? Pretty standard though for the DPS role, especially when they have other comps that are very pick oriented, and Fluffy but Deadly is just berating the damage in through this side. Obvious pocket coming through from Trasher Lane. Huge results as Colby is the first person to go down. That's one support down for Arlington, giving them a nice advantage. Amp Matrix already online again from Super Juice. Like, that is very fast burst.
Yeah, well, it's going to be basically Farah versus Baptiste ult here. Not even going to need it. Again, that's the part where the Farah does their job. They slowly whittle down their resources. Yes, they lose first cap, but that's what you're expecting. You don't want your ball ever rolling through that team. You're going to get booped. You're going to get May frozen. Now they're even going to swap over to the Sombra off of that May. Even harder counter to that ball. But a Sombra in a brawl kind of style doesn't do much for the Reinhardt when they're trying to engage here. Looking for an assassination, it's going to be tough. Definitely can get easy peel there from Damply is Hanbei, and the barrage as well.
Oh, wow, the barrage came through, did go down because of it, but, you know, Discord was there. Julian did get taken down now in that cast form, and that's one stun off the table that TW doesn't have to worry about.
Yep, Reinhardt's going to be pushing forward here. Looking for something, mines to clear the way. That's going to be a couple hammer strings away. Oh no! Some mines find their way behind the shield and does quite a bit of damage. He's now under pressure, has the shield, and this EMP's going to be massive.
Oh yeah, it was. 5 people caught by it. 1-2 already going down. Wichita State knows to pull the trigger on the aggression as soon as that EMP is popped, and Fluffy but Deadly is having a heyday here in the sky.
Yeah, and it's going to be very hard for Arlington to really deal with them. A lot of people kind of...
No way.
Oh, don't kill them.
Okay.
That'd be really rude. That'd be extremely rude. Don't do that. Colby trying to just vibe out on the frog. They do have beat to try and survive a potential engage. You only really have bomb. What I kind of want to see here is the Balto go aggressive and slam in with the bomb. That's the only way you're going to get anything done this fight. Looks like they're realizing it, but the EMP could end it all.
There it is, like you said, EMP, but doesn't clip a ton of people, and doesn't matter. There's still 2 going down from Wichita as Arlington aggresses forward here to take control of the point back in their favor. Pharmacy left hanging out on the side, and while Julian's doing his best to take them down, got some support there from Tiki to clean it up.
Yeah, but now you're playing a composition that's very alt combo oriented. And now you don't have that beat available. So what's potentially going to happen, you can try to see player maybe look to farm off a D.Va, because what's going to happen is the D.Va can try and mark you if you play an extremity. The D.Va starts marking you, starts spraying them down. They're kind of forced between, do I just run away and let someone else try to deal with the Sombra, or do I just keep trying to mark them? And that bomb's not going to find much, unfortunately. You kind of need all the ults you can, so throwing an ult like that is quite dangerous right now, especially when you have a combo ult threat incoming.
Oh, man. Fluffy but deadly fell a little low. Thankfully, Trasherlin's pockets still strong and steady going through his... Well, is this deja vu worse? It's just whittling down here as the Pharah does go ahead and pop the ult in a very risky open spot, taken down quickly after that, but Arlington still continuing to hold possession of the point, trying to squeeze out every last amount they can. Big slam coming through, Julian falling super low, finally taken down as Wichita State fill in the kill feed, and whoa, does get crushed there at the end, but thankfully he'll roll back very fast.
Wait. I don't know about the MP. He doesn't catch the Zen, so you're not one-shotting the Zen there. And the fight was basically already lost, so a bit of a misplay there from Dez. They're going to have to go fast here, though, to try and touch. The Sombra should be able to. The EMP coming out early, though, trying to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, and with 3 people clipped by that, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to continue aggressing forward, especially with this ball just rolling them backwards and berating them left and right. The D.Va bomb was massive, and honestly, I think that is the nail in the coffin right there. A little bit of cleanup left as Wichita State clears them out. Is going to go ahead and take the first map here of Nepal.
Yep, there goes that first map. Gonna go the way of Wichita. And really just some solid play from them. They know their win conditions on either composition. The first one was definitely a brawl, like you say. Like,
yes.
They were just going back and forth on that point, trying to riddle out resources. One fight goes like barely a little bit differently. It could go all the way in the other one's favor. But even going to Sanctum, I think they're pretty confident. They obviously showed 2 different breadths of style, which is more than I can say than Arlington, who only did show off that rush.
Right, and you know, after seeing both of those teams on 2 very different style of maps, I gotta say I'm really looking forward to King's Row. It's gonna be a little bit more similar to the Village and up in your face brawl potential. The teams looked really strong when they were facing off in their mirror comps earlier in that first round of Nepal. There's a lot of good back and forth, and well, it's nice to see that everybody is continuing to fight that war of attrition that you mentioned and not give up until they knew, okay, we are clearly not going to have this point. There is no chance that they will lose, 2 people from their low attrition. And, I'm curious to see how Arlington is going to maybe clean up some of those comms and how they're going to really break through the rush style that they played against earlier.
Yeah, and while it is going to be very similar in terms of the characters that are played, probably swapping out a Cassidy for that Symmetra, it's very different in terms of how you're going to play it on King's Row. A lot of the time, the Symmetra style is very grindy. We use attrition as a very good example because it's just slowly whittling away at the enemy's resources as they kind of have to choose between, do we go forward, try to take the Symmetra out, or do we just let her just charge up the beam and kill us all? And then it's kind of like, well, do we let our Symmetra just charge up? That kind of thing.
Right.
No, on this time it's going to be, I'm walling off your Rhine and we're killing the Rhine. If we can't kill the Rhine instantly, it's a little bit problematic, but definitely a more faster paced rush style than I think a lot of people just see the same characters and go, oh, it's the same thing, but very different mentality going into every single different map.
And this map can be played considerably faster as far as shooting the slot through the gaps to take those positional advantages over the other team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's certain points of the map that you just want to be holding. I mean, a lot of the time you see, and especially in ranked, what's going to happen is a defensive team will be like, okay, we're on defense, we got to back up into the corner when they start walking at us. No, you try to want to play around the statue area, and you want to walk into them when they start walking in a certain direction, because if they're using resources to walk somewhere, and you can attack them while those resources are being used not to fight you, that's perfect. When they get to use all their resources to walk into you, that's when you've kind of messed up as a defensive team. You want every advantage you can get.
I mean, that is some classic advice right there. I wish more people knew in my games.
Yeah, I wish in my games too. Even in top 500, they don't know.
It's rough out there some days in the comp and in the grind. I'm sure all of you guys know that too. And well, unfortunately, the first attempt here by Wichita, not quite as successful as they're looking for, but there is still plenty of time. And well, Hanbei here charging up that Amp Matrix pretty fast this time, actually faster than Super Juice for a change of pace. Usually he's got that up and ready in the first fight, and well, we'll have to see how this next engagement is going to unfold. Goes ahead and uses the Amp Matrix 4 from Hanbei, giving everyone the boost they can. Good wall coming through though from Dez to block the opponent's other wall, and oh man, a lot of back and forth here coming through on the point. Arlington still holding strong as Wichita's playing this corner, trying to get a bit of cover before they move around. High Noon, fluffy but deadly, not deadly enough as another High Noon. Oh, absolutely wrong there. 2K and another one coming up, fluffy but deadly. Great job, beautiful hat trick.
Looking to try and win this. Colby thinks they have some way to turn this around with your beat, and now you just lost beat advantage, or at least beat neutrality right there. Support ultimates, specifically from the Zen and the Lucio, the two strongest defensive ultimates in the game, have been like that since the release of the game. Basically, well, the Transcendence had to get buffed a little bit first, but since a little bit after the release of the game, those two were like kind of the key staples of it, and have become kind of a mind game in team fights between the two, who can use those first and who can win out by having the later support. Also, the Shadow's gonna come down. Don't even need the beat to win this one.
Nah, not when, after a shatter like that, when multiple people have fallen down. It is all cleanup kills here for Wichita, and it seems like Wichita has really picked up the momentum on this map.
Deadly, like a classic little 4 or 5K there on the Cassidy. I mean, definitely doing a really strong here on so far on that roll. And really right now what I want them to kind of see is they can go aggressive. They know they have the resource advantage in terms of ultimates. If they kind of just speed High Noon around the corner, force them back a little bit, force them to maybe even use a wall or a lamp or something like that, that's going to be perfect because you can kind of grind out this fight just by having more ultimates. You have that Mabel's up already. Throwing in a bomb as well, trying to move it. I mean, exactly what I said.
Speedy High Noon right around that wall, and well, look at that, a beautiful kill onto Dez as a result. Even though Amp Matrix here is popped by Arlington, they are in a corner. They have to keep giving space, and you can see they keep giving back a little bit more and more. Trasherlin's taken out by the Diva Bomb, but it's a little too late as more people are falling to Dampley's Diva Bomb, and well, that's gonna roll the card on through.
Yep, and exactly kind of what I said you should try and be doing on the offense actually comes true. They speed High Noon, get their resources whittled down. What happens then? You now have the advantage. You push it instantly. That Mei's out of position, had to ice block out of the way. Push it, eliminate them. Now they're low resources. They feel pressured to have to shatter, try to get out. You throw a bomb behind. Perfect stuff from them, from Wichita right there. They really know kind of how this composition works and how this matchup works.
Opening with an Ant Matrix with a main wall to block it off. We've seen this dance before, and now player gets the freeze there onto Tiki. Doesn't find the D-Mech, but an Icicle to Colby is going to take him out of the picture. Blizzard gets thrown way towards the back, and more kills coming through. Super Juice does manage to dodge it, but bullets aren't dodged in the end as he does go down. Wichita is just cruising on through with 3:58 left on the clock. Worse.
Yeah, they built this support ult here, this Lucio beat. First fight, not first fight, first point where Colby used it. Now Colby has another one. I mean, don't do that, Fluffy. I don't advise that. I was gonna talk about how you have a support ult advantage, but that's not gonna matter when your cast is dead instantly.
Oh, and that fire strike that was coming straight from his face. Like, that was a beautiful point of view to experience. Unfortunately, TW does go ahead and go down as Arlington manages to find their footing here on the defensive and hold strong just before the third point is capped.
Yeah, and I'm gonna swap over to Zarya here. I feel like they expect they need more frontal pressure. That's really the only thing the Zarya can give over D.Va. Much more defensive utility that D.Va does have. The only real difference is that a charged up Zarya does do a lot of damage to those tanks that are front facing. The problem is, if you can go faster than the Zarya can charge up and get their damage over it, that's what the D.Va kind of facilitates with a shot! With a full track!
Man, everyone's on the ground taking a snooze. Julian does find a couple of kills, and well, it is Wichita State sent back to start.
Yeah, I mean, what a nice shadow there. I was gonna say you can kind of go fast with that D.Va. Not when you're on the ground, on your back. Enjoy a little vacation there. Going a little bit too slow you need, but now you gotta pick up the pace again. They have beat advantage. You're gonna try and force that out, potentially with a bomb if it pressures out some tanks, right? Or even with this May Blizzard. Blizzard plus bomb can be very effective because that Ryan is typically gonna go uncaught in it, especially if the wall hits, doesn't.
Over the top, does manage to find Tiki here, and there is the Blizzard thrown in response here from Dez. Dez goes ahead and dies, but there's two Blizzards thrown all around. Everyone's frozen up. There are the kills coming through, though, for Wichita. 2:10 left on the clock, and it is going to be a really difficult recontest if Arlington's going to be able to touch this point. Wild people off right there. High Noon is going to put a lot of people dead in their tracks, and, well, there it is. One more down, and gonna be 1:58 left on the clock.
Yep, and right there you're kind of seeing Wichita understands what their win conditions are going into every fight. Their ult tracking also seems very solid. It seems like they have a pretty good grasp of what people have at what times, because I'm not seeing them get caught off by anything, and I'm seeing them make the correct plays that I can say. It's very easy for me to go and say, this is what you should do, this is what you should do, because I have full information about everyone, all 12 players, right?
And we're not playing either and trying to also aim and stay alive.
Yeah, in-game way harder. I've kind of like grappled with this when I compete and everything. I'm like, man, when I cast I know exactly what to do. It's like, why is that? Well, I also know 20 times the information I know in game, but Wichita seems to be completely on top of everything in terms of the information game, which is very cool to see at this level. Because you're seeing, that means there's some very good minds back there doing the ult tracking, fight planning, all that kind of stuff. You love to see that.
Yeah, and those shatters that have been coming out have been pretty filthy, though. Not something I want to get caught by, and they have definitely been turning the tides for Wichita when they're used, and I mean, for Arlington when they're used, they were able to fend off Wichita a little bit, but you know, I do think they need to be more aware of some of the upcoming dangers from people like Fluffy but Deadly.
Yeah, a little. I mean, that beard is well trimmed for a dead man. I'm not to be honest with you. But again, opting for the Zarya, wanting to kind of run into them, but not as fast as the D.Va can. It's kind of awkward how the Zarya plays is doing, but not when your Ryan is dead.
Okay, yeah, Fire Strike opening up the kill feed here is TW goes ahead and continues just cleaving away. They've retaken this choke point here, and Arlington's gonna have to regroup and repress.
Yeah. So what you kind of want to do is play like a mid-fight where you're trying to get incremental value with the Zarya over and over again. The D.Va's going to run out of defense matrix. It's going to start getting beamed down. It's going to be like, man, I'm taking a lot of damage on my health. I need resources pumped into me that might not be going to my Reinhardt. I want to stack with my Reinhardt as much as possible for my D.Va so the Baptiste Splash is hitting us. But now, really nice bait there. Oh, that's really smart.
big walls, and well, moving around away out of sight of that Ant Matrix from Hanbei. Immo's coming through as well as High Noon popped by Julian. Everyone from Wichita is inside, skirting around the edge. There it is, the wall taking down or leaving everyone in there except for TW, now taken out of the picture as more from Wichita try to flood out of the small room into Arlington.
Yep, and right there, it was a really nice play there from Arlington. They understand what their play is they want to try and start to go aggressive with their Baptiste, with the Matrix. As soon as we start committing a resource like, let's say, speed, right? So we're gonna try and fake speed right, and then instantly go left with it. Really smart play from them, and it allows Zarya to get full access to the backline, which is where Zarya is actually the most deadly. When she's getting neutralized by frontline tanks, it's a little bit harder, but if she's right-clicking your backline, it's just awful.
Oh man, and TW taken down again by the Maywall, sectioning him off. He is alone so often and does not have the help he needs. Huge shatter coming through though, grabbing a couple people, but the kills are not quite there. So many healing resources thrown into that fight just now to keep them alive through all of that. And the Ant Matrix pays off in the end, taking down Tiki. Both teams from Arlington are walking back currently, and a lot of CC coming through from Wichita. Blizzard from Arlington. That is going to be a huge wrench in the chain for Wichita as they're trying to defend here before Arlington can make the second checkpoint cap. But I don't know where it's looking good for Arlington, and Julian's High Noon seems like it's going to seal the deal.
A little bit of a Cassie fight on the right side, not going to get the touch off. I was going to say, maybe winnable if that D.Va survives because Trasher Lin has the beat while it was forced out from Colby, and beat when you come back in with it is so aggressive. You can just run into the enemy team, do as much damage as possible, not worrying about that HP pool. But D.Va ends up getting DMAC and they can't end up executing that we're gonna run it down strategy. Instead, it's going to be on this grab. It's the last remaining really main ultimate to use. Super Juice has something to supplement it, but the beat has to be well timed.
Giving space here during Fluffy but Deadly's High Noon, so a bit of learning from some of the previous nasty ults we've seen come through from him. Oh, very nice job coming through also from Wichita, blocking a bit of that damage, and well, you can see Arlington getting aggressive. How are they going to handle this Ant Matrix coming through? Both of them have used their Ant Matrixes trying to find the value they want. Soap is taken down, but there's still a couple exchanges. Pin coming through here as Colby's going to go ahead and skirt away, and well, Wichita State still holding defensively strong, but there's 4:20 left on the clock, so we'll see what Arlington does.
Yep, right there. It's still going to come down to this Graviton Surge. I mean, you can always do Grav Blizzard, but that's like committing 2 fight-winning ults to 1 fight. They are about a fight and a half away. It's going to be a stagger right after that, so maybe it's something worth considering. But if anything goes awry and you use both those ults and don't win the fight, it is an absolute disaster to your ult bank.
Some poke damage coming through as both teams now looking to engage. There it is. Arlington rushed around the corner straight into a blizzard after that. Sound barrier thrown by Wichita State to seal the deal and give them all the help they need to make sure that, well, Arlington has to go back.
I don't know why D.Va is such a good character. You can just eat an ult. It took 4 minutes to build that ult. Now it's just gone, devoured.
Yeah.
D.Va doesn't care how much hard work you put into anything. D.Va does not care. D.Va will eat it, take it away from you, just rub it in your face that they just ate your entire life savings right there. And just ice on the
Oh my
cake,
gosh!
right? Oh my god!
Again! Wow! D.Va don't care. Doesn't matter. More ultimates eaten there as Wichita continuing to kill the kill feed. And, well, Arlington has to run back with their tail between their legs. And, oh, they can't even get into spawn. Players block them off from their own retreat. Man, that hurts my heart for you guys.
Well, you see, I say, what if you commit 2 ults and then lose the fight? What if you commit 2 ults in 2 different fights and both of them just do nothing?
Oh, no. 2 ults into
power.
DM.
Yeah, that's the power of D.Va right there. What are they going to do? You want to always be the one to go aggressive, exactly following that philosophy still to this day. Going to go past the Ant Matrix.
Oh, man, past the Ant Matrix and right into a Fire Strike. Fluffy but Deadly catches that in the face right there. Wichita backs off, giving room. As you can see, they want to utilize this Ant Matrix coming through from Hanbei here to try and prevent Arlington from gaining too much space right now. Fluffy but Deadly finally back in the fight, and with Julian down, that is a huge advantage. Earthshatter came through, getting 3, and well, TW does go down in the process. Blizzard has come through, so we'll see how much Arlington can capitalize on it, but now they're hit with a counter Blizzard from player. A couple of them backing off, giving that room, and doesn't look like Arlington got the payload progress they were looking for.
Yeah, they definitely should be losing their life, but a great wall to kind of peel for them. It's now going to be run away, run. H people, no!
Oh!
I hate that feeling. You're like, guys, we're winning the fight. No, I'm dead. I'm gone.
Yeah. Well, after an Ant Matrix gets popped like that, did she just fall off the underneath?
Oh, they tried to fly under and fly back up, but missed and hit the wall and died.
Oh, man, missed it by that much. You see Arlington looking strong as a huge change of pace for them, stop them in their tracks, and they have 125 left on the clock, which is pretty good.
Yeah. I think both this is kind of like a decent time bank for Kings Row. It's been such a favorite map for so long that a lot of teams have just scrimmed it, especially if it's in a mirror composition or a very similar mirror composition like this. It's been practiced and scrimmed so much that it's kind of not expected to finish a map, because obviously teams are very good at defense as well, but it's a lot easier than other maps where they are less favorited and also like less practiced. Even if they've been in the game for the same amount of time, just who wants to play, like, let's say Volskaya? Man, that map is just unfun sometimes.
It's a favorite. It's been a favorite for a long time, and I mean, as someone who also plays Reinhardt a bit, I love the shield that perfectly fits in the alleyways. It fits like a glove, and it works so well. And, well, I love the slugfest that comes out from these brawl compositions, and at least I know Kings Row will always deliver on that front to a degree.
Yep, and we're gonna be seeing a very similar defense for Wichita State. Let's see if they do. Let's see if they do get kind of caught up in the same kind of ruse where they fake the speed around. It's gonna be interesting to see how that ends up happening. Like every time I see someone walking to the wall like that, I'm like, are they DCing? But like, no, they have the shield up. It's fine. They're not DCing.
This is intentional.
It's intentional.
All right. Arlington moving around the statue here. Maywell has come through for both sides. A lot of immos coming up, trying to keep these tanks alive, and those Baps are jumping, trying to spray down as much healing as they can, regardless of all of the obstacles in their faces. Man, Arlington filling the kill feed here, though, as well, with very little time on the clock. They've already taken this first point. They've got the first tick down, and the space that they're taking is going to make it almost impossible for Wichita to contest. Can they even touch? No.
No touch.
No one's fast enough.
They can hold Arch, and Arch, very strong power position. I don't know if they're going to clear Julian here. Someone look to the right, it'd be very funny. It'd be extremely funny, and I think that's all we can ask for. Player doesn't check it, flashbangs can come through, only find the Reaper, not going to kill it.
Yeah, and Fluffy but Deadly punishes Julian for that aggression right there on the side. This Reaper's going to be now taken down early. Thought he was going to be even tougher for them, but Arlington just showing a dominating force here with that Shatter, taking down many people, and the follow-up kills all there.
Yeah, and right there, it's kind of that Reaper has to kind of regroup on the front line, just help his tanks push forward. You flank there, you're just putting yourself in a bad position. So Fluffy really needs to be on the ball and not trying to commit too hard to flanks, especially in to something like a Mei or even a Zarya, who can start beaming you down instantly if they see you out of position. Now to retake, you're walking into a Mei Blizzard. This is where it's rough. Damply can pull some magic here, but really it's about, we get the Mei Blizzard out, we kite back, and then use our ult to recontest.
High Noon is going to stall out a bit of time, and it finds 2 kills through the opposing Matrix. You can see Fluffy but Deadly here getting, just hard focused as that Reaper. He is a big threat with all the lifesteal potential, and Blizzard coming through from Dez is going to give Arlington so much space to take this second checkpoint, and we're in OT. They had 128 originally, and they're still pushing the cart. Worse.
Well, I'm having PTSD, man. Oh, man. This is like ranked games where we're on Kings Row, we cap with 4 minutes, and the enemy team has 2 minutes, and then bam, they 6-cap it because we just get snowballed and we just don't know how to regroup and fight properly. It's very sad. It's very, very, very sad. Had this happen twice already in the last 2 days, so we're gonna hope to live through it here. Go aggressive with the Blizzard, that's all we have to do.
Blizzard's thrown, there it is, and the Shatter is thrown on top of it, trying to find even more damage and get those stuns on the table for them. That's a grab eaten by Damply. Tiki's ultimate farm gone right there. Another huge play coming through from Wichita. Sound barrier coming out as well from Trasher Lynn. Everyone's going to be reinforced, trying to push Tiki off, and there it is. Wichita finally dislodging Arlington on this 3rd round push.
Has Tiki gotten a grab off this game?
Technically,
has Tiki gotten a grab off that actually hit the floor and didn't get eaten?
Yeah.
I don't think they did. I think
the
every time
you
they've
should
been
be
building
asking.
it for like, I feel like they've been building it all for like 6 fights, and then they're like, guys, I'm gonna grab, and then it's just eaten. Which kind of warrants the question. It's like, is this the right action? Obviously, it was working for them, but I think that was a lot due to just how tempo-oriented they were going and how just aggressive they were being, which was very nice to see. But Tiki has to kind of learn that mind game between the D.Va and the Zarya, which a high-level Zarya or even a high-level Mei will make it hell for you to try to eat it, because you will do everything in your power and they'll still be like, I'm just waiting, bro. I'm just waiting.
Yeah. You know, I've learned that lesson the hard way myself, and sometimes I'm still learning the lesson the hard way. But, you know, I want to give props to Damply, that when you eat a Zarya ult, you have to already be DMing before the ult is thrown. You can't grab it after she's already initiated. You have to actually be anticipating and be ready. And so that really goes to show you some of the anticipation Damply's bringing to the table to, I mean, take those big plays off the table.
Yep. And right there, we're going to be seeing if Arlington can pull out a defense here to try and even this series up 1-1. It's going to be hard. They're going to have to try and hold this corner, but oh, that's good. That's really good.
A lot of people squished off. There's the MO coming through, and TW is the one to go down first. Arlington holding strong here as they've got a couple kills, and Wichita backing off quickly to regroup. That's good. Yep. They don't have much time.
Don't have much time indeed, and right there, a lot of ultimate charge built up for Dez there. Did a lot of work that fight. Wichita is going to have to win a fight without any ults here. Maybe maximum is going to be the Ant Matrix right now. We're going to walk in on the side and try to get a pick on the back line, but not going to find it. Just the wall expended.
Ant Matrix here ready online. Hanbei looking to use it as well. There it is. Pulls the trigger quickly as Wichita does push onto the point, trying to find that value. Arlington goes ahead and walks out of line of sight of the Ant Matrix, but there's one tick coming through. It's okay. They're playing the patient game, using their own Ant Matrix now, and Julian goes ahead and pulls a kill off the end of it. So far, more kills coming through from Julian, and, well, Soap is there to join the party. Wichita trying to stay on this point. They managed to get 2 ticks, and with 35 seconds left, they need to do a soft regroup and push again.
Yeah, and right there, it feels like that's one of the shadows where it's like, man, we shouldn't be losing this fight. Why are we losing this fight? It was really just as a push and pull to these kind of fights. You commit resources forward, they commit resources to walk back. If they commit less resources than you did commit forward, they can then recommit their resources forward, try and retake it. And right there, they just had that Ant Matrix in the pocket. They had the high noon. They had everything they needed to retake that point. Now, 7 seconds, you can't do that against Damply.
Damply, you're nasty. Another Blizzard eaten, and another one on the stats for him there. There it is. Account. Oh my gosh, nobody touched.
Oh. No, it's not Damply's fault, but no.
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 Okay, all right. Now we're 1-1, so we got a series, and we're getting Arlington's here to play.
Not like this. Man, that's a rough one right there. Again, just like my rankings, you have the high time bank, doesn't matter. You got snowballed in overtime, and then you suddenly just forgot how to play the video game. You get tilted out of this world when that happens. They're definitely gonna be tilted going into Hanamura next, but again, I expect it to be more rush. Both these teams look very strong on it, but let's just say it, Wichita did not look better. They won with the sim rush, which is most likely what you see on Hanamura, and they also showed some fire, which definitely can come into play on Hanamura as well.
Yeah, and you know, they They have done some good work, and I think that the openness of Hanamura could really play into their favor. Obviously, Kings Row wasn't as successful for them, but wow, Damply literally ate so many ultimates from Arlington.
Yeah.
What, at least 2 blizzards and like 2 or 3 grabs?
2 grabs, 2 blizzards, I believe. I think they only grabbed
Jeez.
twice, which was the thing. So it was
Oh,
like
right.
they ate both grabs, and it's just like,
Ouch. And I mean, of course, the end blizzard there didn't
Yeah.
quite turn the fight for them, but
Touch the point
I
next
mean,
time.
absolutely insane coming through. And, it does make me really excited to see what they're going to do for the next map. I hope Wichita can keep their mental space, more positive, as they did just, lose the last map and they're going into Hanamura. You talked about some of those strengths that we could see coming through from the Sim and Farah, and I think we could have another good, close game on our hands.
Yeah, definitely could have another a close map coming through. So far, been very close. First point was like not extremely close, but both rounds were competitive.
Right.
And then that last King's Row, obviously, very competitive, very close. Got lots of good plays coming out from both sides. They both seem to understand that matchup. I think Wichita actually understands it a little bit better, but only in a Diva mirror. I feel like in the Zarya mirror, they play a little differently, and it's just so weird to see because you can act like, they don't play differently. They play like it's in a Diva mirror, and they're not respecting the fact that Zarya, while technically can be considered a weaker character than Diva, you still have to respect what that Zarya can do, which is allow that Rein to walk forward more aggressively into you, and then do a lot of damage onto your front line. You have to be the ones going fast, and you have to be the ones going first. But they just weren't doing that quite as much as they used to.
Yeah, and that damage that Zarya can output sure can sneak up on you. If you've been like, oh, she's like 10 charge, no big deal. And then, of course, she gets,
20
damage pumped
billion
into her
charge.
bubble. And then, then you really melt fast. I'm sure those supports get that adrenaline heart race coming through every time. And, well, curious to see how it's going to play out next. We are going to go to Hanamura, but we'll go to a quick break right before, folks, and we'll see you on the other side. Hi, folks, and welcome back to week 9 of EGFC. We are in the midst of a series here between UT Arlington versus Wichita State University, and worse, it's 1-1, and they've come to play.
Yeah, definitely have come to play. Both. Another fair, definitely possible, but we'll see what they end up going for.
Well, so far, it's actually Arlington showing that Farah here, but, oh, okay, I see here. We got some side swaps. So yes, you nailed it. It's gonna be Wichita there on the Farah, of course, and, well, Fluffy but Deadly with Trasher Lynn's pocket, probably gonna be what we see the whole time.
Might swap it up on second point. Farah loses a lot of their ability.
Oh,
Yeah, and kind of like Farah kind of loses their ability. Do you think you can see a swap off to like an Echo maybe if they want to keep a flyer? But generally it's going to be another spam character like a Hanzo that can come out, or a Tracer. I don't know if that's in Fluffy's wheelhouse though. Definitely seems like a well-rounded play. What is that TP?
Oh, yeah,
I've never. What? What is that? Well, you're gonna die for it, but what is that?
wow, yeah, that was an interesting strat coming through straight over the top. Fluffy but Deadly wasn't ready to get stunned out of the air either, but Wichita holds strong regardless.
What was? No, I've never seen a team go, guys, we gotta take this fair out with our TP. That that's just bonkers. I mean, you're gonna die for that. You're using resources to go about 2 feet in terms of horizontal distance, and then you don't have any resources to keep going. I want to see a more standard TP coming out. Even Fluffy's like, what? I'm just freaked out. I gotta stay away from that one.
Yeah, Fluffy's avoiding that side a bit, but the damage boost coming through is too much for Arlington. Dez goes down early, and well, that's a lot of damage off the table for Arlington's push. Tiki's been demeched on top of it, and worse, this is going to be a difficult aggression in.
Yep, right now it's going to be the Pharaoh on the flank. That boop might find the Lucio. Yes, it does. But don't get 3-tapped, Fluffy. No, messes the movement just a little bit.
Man, Jillian does go ahead and come back there on the kill, but it's still Wichita set up strong on the point. Trasherlin takes a fire strike with an Amp Matrix combo to the face right there, already out of the picture. Charged off the edge from Soap here. A little crazy coming out, but looks like it's going to be fine as Arlington holding strong and capping the first point.
Try to commit the Bongo in a 1v6. I don't know, 1v5, I guess, because Soap went off the map, but I don't know if that was completely warranted, and if they're not going to swap it, that just seems like a straight up mistake. But they do have other ults to come in. What you want to do is you want to catch them on the rotation. With Sim, it's a lot harder. That's why you play the Sim on this map, because you can't get caught on the rotation as easy by the Pharah. In that case, it's TP spam time. There's the first shot, almost kills it out, and it's now really bad.
Man, and they've been split up really badly. UT Arlington, some in the main point and some actually on the point itself. 2 lifted up by the Flux, but the Flux is canceled due to the Deadeye from Julian taking him out of the picture. A nasty anti coming through from Hanbei here on the high ground. He is absolutely uncontested and, well, just pretty much shooting the breeze here and keeping everyone healed.
Yep, and right there, it's going to be Hanbei just trying to take this off angle, look for nade. That's going to be on Tiki to try and eat that. Not always the easiest thing, 1, to then find the Ana, and then 2, react to the nade. Very quick projectile. Yeah. But it's their job nonetheless. The life of a Diva player is you have to be responsible for every off angle in the entire existence, and every cooldown you have to eat or else you're throwing. As my ranked teammates would say.
Yes, and your DM is infinite, right? That's
yes,
how
my DM is.
feels.
Where's my DM? I don't know. Maybe I used it on you 2 seconds earlier.
Yes, blocking all of the other bullets that you did not run behind cover for. Speaking of cover, though, player definitely taking some after seeing that Amp Matrix pop. 2 people go down from Wichita State. Bob is absolutely needed on the point to help and try and mitigate any of that damage. He gets charged off to the side, but it is Slaughterville coming through from Arlington as they continue to manage Wichita State. trickling onto the point. There's a couple people left here, quick ones trying to get through, but it's a high noon time, and well, unfortunately, Trasherland takes that to the face. Bomb charged away.
I think I just saw Julian kill like 4 people with 3 bullets. It felt like I'm pretty sure it was 4 bullets, but man, just quick rapid fire back-to-back kills. I'm not sure how the Sigma was dying so early there. They weren't TPing anywhere. I think the Sigma was expecting them. Oh, I know what it was. They tried to bait TP right there. So they bait TP, and then the Sigma tries to jump on top of it to break it faster, or to like catch the people that are going to stand behind. So the Sigma jumps into the waiting arms of 6 welcoming Arlingtons, like welcome. We are a school's welcoming committee, and we join our side. And then he dies. He just gets instantly just murdered by 6 people. And not you gotta kind of respect it a little bit more. Obviously something that hadn't done before, so it was a little unexpected, but you know, kind of just giving over that advantage so quickly, just losing members instantly on a team that didn't even take TP is not desirable.
Yeah, and that TP was shredded so quickly, Toothel. Wichita was ready for the TP and looking to try and shut that down as quickly as they could, and I mean, you saw that. It took two shots very fast, and as soon as they had dropped TP, it was down within, I don't know, maybe 1 second? It's not very long for your team to run through, and if you're not all ready when Sim says, okay, TP, go! It's over.
And there's always like a debate of like, do we commit resources to keeping the TP alive, because then we don't have it when we come out the TP, but sometimes you have to. That turret's unfortunate. That jump is hard because you're just like the shortest character in the game. I don't know if you're actually shorter than Tracer or not, but you feel like it, at least.
I mean, you missed it by that much, and I miss it all the time by that much. Wichita's already moved on to the point as Arlington here trying to defend on the side. Tiki getting lasered, and you can't block anything from Fluffy but Dudley on that Symmetra. Still a nice accretion coming through, finding that stun. It is a brawl right here, and with the wall coming through, they've sealed the deal. Arlington going down one after another as Wichita quickly capped that first point. 6:15 left on the clock. Worse. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, and right there, it's going to be them trying to go across again. 6 minutes on the clock. They have the Symmetra wall. That's going to stop the Twizzler from getting a lot of that damage down, and Fluffy is just doing some work.
Man, charged up Sim right here. You can see this laser going burr. Just one after another kills either from Fluffy themselves or from their turrets. Finally taken down though. Dez goes ahead, puts them in their place. Damply solo on the point, demeched, and that's going to be a regroup for Wichita.
They were going for it, but not going to end up posting that one on speedrun.com. Instead, going to be a failed run. Going to go have to do it another time. But we're going to see what Dez is able to do with his ultimate. I mean, that just completely shuts down anything Wichita State is wanting to do. You're also seeing Arlington swap over to the Brigida, not onto a Lucio. They're not trying to speed the Rhine away. I guess they're trying to use him as like a sacrificial lamb, as you will. Just be like, you're going to die, but we are going to do a lot of damage behind you. And we're going to have a lot of healing for our squishies.
Push coming through from Wichita here. They've taken a bit of the high ground and now decided to just walk up the main point. Jukes for them as the high noon is popped by Julian on the high ground. Finds player, and well, the Diva Bomb sent over the top, forcing him to walk down the stairs. Couple kills coming through here for Arlington, and well, it is a scrappy fight on the point. The respawns are coming through though, and just a bit too much for Wichita to handle.
Yeah, and now you only have your Brigida ult available. You can maybe not play slow, but you can probably build up the Super Juice ult, the M-Matrix, right after the engage comes in. But what's really going to be important is how fast does Wichita take this, and do they get in and get enough value before that rally kind of overwhelms them. One of the strongest ults, if not the strongest ult in the game, and it can be very dangerous if you get that popped during a fight as you're engaging and don't manage to kill anyone, because then they just, okay, this is a little bit early for my liking, but still gonna have the same effect.
there's the engage straight on the point itself. You can see the sim wall and the ant matrixes here getting popped one after another. Sound barrier from Trasherland reinforces Wichita for this push, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Arlington still getting the kills and putting out the damage. Fluffy but deadly, very low. Super Juice trying to find those kills, and well, they did manage to get one tick this time, but they've got 3:44 left on the clock.
I wonder if they swap off the sim now. Looks like they're very committed to it. Sim loses. Okay, never mind. Not committed to it at all. In fact, just gonna hear me and just. You're an idiot, Caster. Okay, my bad. My bad. My bad. So you're gonna see here, because they have the melee advantage, they want to try and run over the Reinhardt as fast as possible. Dez is gonna just try and match it, actually, because they realize they have to stop the Reinhardt from getting run over. But are they gonna be fast enough or quick enough to get there? That's the question.
Hurry, run up the wall. Oh, okay. That was an interesting wall. There it is. Nice coming through here, able to section off the team. Take them in bite-sized chunks. It's going to be the Diva Bomb taking down the Immo, and Damply took an icicle to the face, trying to find that damage from the Bunny Blaster. Arlington doing a great job at holding defensively really well, regardless of the massive time bank that they were up against earlier.
Yeah, and now we kind of have to look at ourselves and go, how do we win this next fight? Well, till we May Blizzard, more than likely. They're going to have potentially a rally to counter it. If they get that rally going, I think they used it way too early last time. The rally armor didn't really come into play that effectively. I think you want to be popping it as soon as the engage is coming in, not right before the engage comes in, because the rally has time to tick. Someone probably DC'd right there. I doubt it was a call for a pause. Unless it was, someone might be having 10 billion ping. That happens. I've had teammates that have that. Shout out to Comcast for that one.
Oh man, yeah. I'm sure we've all had our fair share of internet problems, and we've also seen it on, what is it, in Overwatch League, where all three players have put their batteries in their mice at the same time, and then they all three die at the same time. So seen a couple of crazy things like that happen, but I'm sure we'll get back into it.
Pedro's internet provider that one time. That was pretty funny. That was a good one.
Yeah, but we'll have to see, what Wichita's gonna do moving into this, and how they're gonna take this next point.
Yeah, and it feels weird because they're doing things technically correct. It's just the other team is also matching it responsibly, and then it's just kind of like, well, what are we doing wrong? Well, we're not technically doing anything wrong. We just have to do something new every single time, because if we do the same thing over and over again, what's going to happen is they're going to be more comfortable at dealing with it every single time, going to know what patterns, all that kind of stuff. Now, this is good rally timing. That's the engage that's coming in. You have to drop though with that rally. Exactly what they do.
Well, Reinhardt is going down first as TW taken out of the picture. Julian finding another kill after his high noon one, and still trying to give out more damage in response. Still Arlington holding strong here on this point, and well, Wichita gonna be walking back and going for another regroup.
Yeah, and they can still finish this with time. Definitely doable. They're walking into just an Ant Matrix and a Shatter. They're going to have a May Blizzard built up mid-fight, but you have to watch out for if you are Tiki. Oh, not Tiki. If you are Damply. And Damply's been really good at that, so I know no doubt about that. But it's really going to come down to, does Tiki eat players Mayult, or does the Mayult not find value? Do you kind of use either the Diva to bait it out or a Reinhardt to bait it out? I don't think they know this rotation is coming. No, they exactly know. They hear it.
Yeah. This is the same thing they ran last time as well. It seems like they do favor running up some form of the center-ish area. Moving around the back, though, trying to see what Arlington wants to do. Is Arlington going to engage them on the point? Well, no. They're going to take the long-distance route, shooting far away through that Ant Matrix. And, man, it's going to be tough to dislodge Super Juice and Julian from up there. It's still just free fire coming through, and, well, they get cleaned up pretty quick.
Not believe they were finishing the time this round, so I think best they can hope for is a draw at this point, especially with the stagger coming in. Damply's now very, very sad. I was gonna say if that was Damply leaving and rejoining, that'd be really funny. But not gonna be that. Not gonna be that at all. Technically not allowed either. I believe it's like it was bannable by Blizzard, so I don't think that's allowed in officials. Despite my teammate once yelling at me to do it. It's not, you can't do it. You can't do that. Also, don't do that.
Yeah.
Practice
Well-
those, man.
Practice throws, indeed. I'm sure that's what a lot of people call it in my games. You know, we had another pause. Hopefully everyone's internet's doing all right. There's been a couple of snowstorms knocking out power lines that I've heard about, but all is well so far.
Damply suffering.
Oh, poor Damply. Still.
You're dead.
Oh.
You won't be back for the fighting time.
No.
Have fun. Have fun telling your team, guys, I'm getting staggered. They're like, can you do it? They're like, hey, can you run away? No, I can't run away. What am I supposed to do? It's like, they're like, can you do this? Like, no, I can't do anything. I'm getting beat up. They're gonna have to go
Diva
fast.
players really get the short end of the stick between everyone demanding, oh, DM me and eat those people's ultimates, and then also getting staggered. Ooh, it's a rough deal to go into. Blizzard already getting thrown here. Dez goes ahead and is taken down after the Blizzard is thrown. Self-destruct over the top. Does find Fluffy, but Deadly. This is the last chance Wichita has to take this point and tie up this map here. Shatter comes through, finding a couple. 2 more kills come through. This is the glimmer of hope Wichita needed to try and take this point back. Damply still has self-destruct on board, goes ahead, throws it onto the other side. Dez out of the picture, and well, not even 2 ticks yet capped by Wichita. They are going to have to handle Arlington's trickle in onto the point worse, and well, still not even 2 ticks yet. What player takes down 1 but is taken down himself? Can they continue to handle this stream of Arlington players coming through verse?
Maybe, just maybe. Overtime spawns are now in effect, so respawns are coming back very slowly. They're gonna play for a draw here. That was looking dangerous. What you really saw was Wichita just hold on to ults. They were so good on King's Road about going fast with stuff multiple times. But then they're on Hanamura. It kind of felt like they were like, yeah, we'll TP in or we'll rotate in and then we want to like wait for something? No, you have to be going aggressive. When they're dropping, I want the May Blizzard on that floor below them. I don't want to be waiting until they're May Blizzarding us to May Blizzard and then I get frozen so it cancels my ult and I don't get it off. I mean, they win the fight overall, but it's just those kind of misplays are just not understanding the tempo they need to be going for quite as well as they should have. And they seemed very they seemed like they had that kind of knowledge and information skills like down beforehand. So it's very odd to see that.
Yeah, you know, now that you pointed out, I do agree with you on that front, and it was a very different approach onto the second checkpoint than what we saw coming through on King's Row. So, you know, I wonder if something mentally changed for them, or if maybe this is something they do specifically for Hanamura. But yeah, a little bit more proactiveness would be nice to see with those ultimates and engaging. You mentioned it on the rally too, that they were just a split second early or a split second late. So really dialing it in to just that sweet Goldilocks spot.
Yeah, and really, I don't know about the Bastion sim, but we'll see. Definitely something that can work if you get enough damage out on the fair, but in this TP, I don't know if this is the TP at all, especially when you have so many.
Oh, that anti!
Oh
my gosh. 5 out of 6 people unhealable right there. Immo is only going to extend the fight for so long. A couple of people have gone down, and some big ones. Arrest is successful back onto player as another support goes down from Arlington. Julian trying to do his best, and he's set up in turret form. It is going to be tough for Wichita to move forward. He is taken down though. There are no supports on the point right now. That anti's even nastier. Everyone's falling low as the tanks are getting willed away, and well, they can't quite find the one tick that they're looking for yet.
Yeah, so basically what happened there, it looked way closer than it needed to be because because Wichita, Fluffy actually kind of just messed up. Didn't really put enough damage despite that really massive anti-nade. That should have been a 4K right there.
Yeah.
A little bit of shakiness right there. And that has to get cleaned up if you want to hold this. Like, this is 2 more minutes of this stuff. Like, this is not like, oh, we won the first fight, they have to stagger into us. This is just they're gonna send it on you.
Yeah, with that Ant Matrix opening up as well, Fluffy was going to skirt that damage, trying to avoid that LOS. He's been juiced up though from the nano boost, and well, we all know those rockets are online. He's looking to hit them straight in the face with, well, get this one kill. There it is. Going for the Lucio, poor Colby, the only victim of that barrage. More damage coming through, and well, this defense is starting to look more and more hopeful, worse.
Yeah, it's looking to be hopeful, but this Symmetra wall is going to be the test, because what's going to happen is they're going to Symmetra wall and everyone's going to get panic, because this always happens when someone Symmetra walls. The team just goes like, they just start yelling stuff. They start yelling. What you need to do is, I expect they're gonna TP wall. I need you to flux on the TP when it comes out. I need you guys to just try to focus on it. The Bob early, very interesting, but also works against massive anti.
Those antis have been deadly coming through. Arlington here moving on to the point, trying to find that damage. Does Gus get taken down in the end? And well, Wichita holding strong defensively once again, and now they have pushed it here to 40 seconds left.
Yeah, now we need to kind of see something from Arlington. They just used their "oh crap, let's make them panic" button. Don't get picked here, Fluffy. If you get picked and then your corpse gets run over, you won't get the res off and you'll lose the fight, so don't do that. But you have Flux for the rotation here. They're gonna just TP nowhere. No. They won't TP, actually. That's a mistake. You didn't select Symmetra to TP, you selected Symmetra to sit there.
Oh man, I wasn't ready for it to get deleted that fast as soon as you were saying it. Of course, that's when it happens. Flux opening up early here from Damply. That's going to be a lot of good opening damage. Another nade, making it tough for Arlington as the Immo is taken down. Only extends their life for just a short time. There's the sound barrier though coming through from Colby. He's trying to keep the dream alive here for Arlington. They know they only need one tick, and oh man, there it is. The kills coming through. The shred from Julian and his right click moving along. More and more coming through as Arlington team kills and takes this back.
Last fight Lawrence's strike again. Always happens. Always happens in ranked. You're holding for what seems like forever, and then bam, everything goes to crap for no reason. You had every advantage there. They actually were slow on their beat. They were actually slow on their beat generation, so that flux could have been more massive. But you saw as soon as they came out of the thing, they actually just like didn't click it fast enough when it was on the TP, and they started moving. Tried to flick to where they were moving, got caught in geometry, and then had to redo it again. So got really panicky with that, and it's a little unfortunate, but also a little bit like you have to be faster. You have to be like pre-placing that flux basically as soon as the TP is coming out. Doesn't do it. They lose the fight. It's not entirely like I'm not saying the map is on them. That's not true. Like people go like, oh, the last fight this person messed up. The map's on them. No, they did a lot of good stuff other places, but could have won the map.
Well, and here I've said this before on other broadcasts, and this also comes back to when I used to do my own sports, and you would lose maybe the game by 1 point, okay? And when you lose by such a small margin, sure, maybe you specifically had that chance to tie the game up or stop that shot, but everyone else had tons of other small opportunities to also change the tide of the game. And so, yes, at the end, it feels like they're the most clutch potential opportunities because, yes, that is the clutch moment. But at the end of the day, it isn't ever really one person's one mistake that has cost them the game altogether. It is going to be accumulation of either all of your mistakes as a team or all of the small victories you have that give you the whole win. And look, there's always people out there like Striker, right? Who's going to say, oh, we need me to carry? Okay, I'll kill 5 out of 6 people. But realistically, that's not what's going to happen most of the time.
Yeah. We're looking at you, Barry from high school, who didn't hit that free throw. Hit the free throw. It's easy. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I've had the opportunity as well. Like even recently, where I was like, man, I played the worst 30 seconds of Overwatch. This in the overtime situation that I played in the last 6 years, and I was like, man, that just sucks. And I'm like, but we could have won other ways. Like there's other ways we could have won. Like I played well 90% of the game, and then I messed up maybe about 10% of it. And I was like, but yeah, it is what it is. You got to move on. You got to reset the mental. Definitely still winnable. We're going to Dorado, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, should be Dorado.
in their favor currently, and well, it was not an easy battle for them to win either time. Obviously, going into the additional round 3 and round 4 of some of the maps shows that they're here to play, and both teams are pretty evenly matched. We talked about how they're very similarly ranked in the current standings, with Arlington at 5 and Wichita at 8, but you know, that one loss difference isn't really hugely visible to me. These guys seem like they're really having a good amount of back and forth and trying to exploit each other's weaknesses.
Yeah, and I think, at least for us, well, like we kind of sit here and we go, "Oh, it's a very competitive game. Like that's really good. That's something to be proud of." For Wichita, I remember, I think I read that they were like, "We want to become first in like in the whole thing, and also in our conference." And that's not true currently. And to be playing even with like some teams, you probably be like, "Man, we should be winning. We want to win harder." That kind of stuff. I believe they're
Totally.
4th in their conference. I think their conference is probably like the best conference of the. Well, like in terms of standings right now, has the highest
Yeah.
3, but
Mhm.
the highest teams. But I mean, it's might be East. I don't know. It's one of them. There's a couple, but like not having that, if you're coming in with those expectations, can be a bit rough. That's why I always expect disappointment, and then you'll never be disappointed. Always works. Always works. Doesn't work. You lie to yourself every time. You're like, I'm not expecting anything of this. You expect everything. You
Yes. Don't. Denial's not a great remedy, guys.
Overwatch 2 is gonna come out, guys. I'm huffing copium.
Right.
I've been doing that for 2 years. Don't worry.
Well, we're still here playing Overwatch. OG, I guess is what I would call it.
It's so fun. I like it. I would not put so much time into it if I didn't like it, but
pretty much, yeah. I'm in the same boat as you. I like to play the game. I play pretty regularly. Do I play as well as any of these people? No, not at all. We talked about this earlier too, actually. You know, it's so much easier to analyze the game and talk about what we can see and how things can be better. Like this Pinata face, loving him, giving you the dreamy eyes. But
there's no candy in there. I think someone's getting scammed if they buy that. Or someone already bought it, I think. It's pretty scam. I don't know. They should maybe refund that one.
You know, props out here to our producer and camera person, Aeon, giving all these beautiful shots, and actually caught some really fantastic barrages earlier when I was watching the stream. So shout out there to you, my friend. And well, player is super sneaky, squatting behind the roof out of sight, waiting for Arlington to come around the corner. Probably gonna put that pressure on the back as you see the engagement there on the high ground. A little bit of tickle damage from Soap as he drops back down to regroup from his team. And Wichita here still holding the high ground at quite a range. Wow, TW was very low. It's always scared when you're low and anti, but manages to come out with his life. Another engage coming through. Julian already antied, and a nice bubble right before he hit the ground too, coming in from Tiki to give Soap that little bit extra oomph when he goes for it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see why they're running the Reaper with this double bubble strategy. The Han's a little more excusable. Typically you want to run something like a Tracer Echo if we're talking about like, oh, we're just going to optimize the crap out of this. But the Reaper's kind of interesting because if you're playing like a frontline character, it's a little bit difficult to get value out of it. As that Hanzo, I don't know how they got behind them and then in front of them. That was a little weird. That was a little bit of a magic trick right there.
Yeah, especially when we're in that first-person sight there. Soap goes ahead, engages with his nano on top of it, continuing to aggress forward. Hanbei goes down in the back of it, and well, that is one support off the table for Wichita. Arlington can get aggressive even though they lost Julian, and well, I love the space that Soap has already taken, pressuring on the DPS.
Yeah, now this is kind of where the Reaper's going to thrive. Not when you leave your team. I'm not a big fan of the Reaper trying to go duel the Tracer. The Tracer's just going to waste your time completely with the blink dashes and the recall. We don't touch again. Wichita, we got to touch. That's just the fact of Overwatch that we've learned in the past 6 years. Objective needs to get touched. And that wasn't it.
And Dez on this Reaper here, so I mean, this is the epitome of why I despise playing against Reaper. He literally teleported popped Fluffy but Deadly while he's visoring 2, maybe 3 times. He hit him twice for sure, and then just chipped him on the shoulder once, and he was melted so fast in the middle of an ultimate. And that is the lifesteal on top of it, just seems a little nastier, and the pressure coming through that he's able to withstand from Wichita has just been immense. Oh, gets lower though.
Typically, it's actually a winning matchup for the Tracer if they just duel them on the outside. Dez, I don't know about. Like, this is the thing about Reaper. Yes, I could teleport straight into you, and then I'm just gonna get absolutely demolished when I do it. And now we're gonna see how this Nano coming out. It's actually instantly has to pop Primal as well. That's not a great use of things.
Yeah, not your ideal combo with the Nano all the time, but Kobe has gone down. Oh man, there's the Dragons tearing through the point, does find Fluffy but Deadly in the process as well. Arlington here trying to continue pushing this cart forward and self-destruct on the high ground. Super Juice caught? Oh, I didn't see where he was in the thick of it, but not quite hidden enough. And well, that is going to be so much pressure coming through from Wichita, forcing Arlington finally to regroup.
Now, how do you get a Reaper ult here? Like, what are you valuing on the Reaper ult? Dez has mostly been using this Reaper to try and dual Tracer or to just push high ground. But when you TP so linearly like that, so obviously, you're just gonna get bashed off, booped off, that kind of thing, or it's gonna insta force your fade. Now you're just unsafe. I really want to see if Dez is gonna be so committed to this. I want to see some new things. Don't send the thing, monkey, please. Okay. That's actually a nice timing of the engage with the monkey going to the back as soon as the ult comes out.
2 people have gone down. There's the grab with the Death Blossom combo. That's what they were looking for earlier, but there's still a lot of back and forths in the kill feed with mostly all Arlington now. With player going down, it is going to be Wichita holding strong. Or I'm sorry, Arlington had them all backwards.
Arlington not letting Wichita hold strong, really.
Thank you.
There it is. I kind of need to see, like, there's kind of like this mid-range where the Reaper kind of really struggles that thinks need to be exploited heavier against Dez. Because right now, Dez is kind of just like walking around and like shooting at people, and then he's kind of like people walking into him, it feels like. Which is not really great. Oh, that anti's big. That's going to be an engage. But, oh, well, I say that, but that grandma is now paced.
These antis have been really good. It's just the capitalization on them is not always there for Arlington. I mean, for Wichita.
Grandma just got run over by a giant genetically engineered monkey. I know Christmas is over, but is this like the new phase of that? This is where like we're progressing here. Instead of a reindeer, it becomes a genetically engineered monkey from the moon. That could be interesting. That could be another film. That could be a film.
Sci-fi horror spin-off there.
Yes, yeah, I think that's good.
Player's got this pulse bomb here. He's hunting for a target, looking for that support, of course, throws it into the mess of them. No stick or kill off the tail end, but there's still plenty of kills coming through from Wichita at this time. Another one coming through, and well, there's 2:35 left on the clock. Not sure about that Death Blossom commit. Hopefully he's gonna be switching.
Yes, I think now's the time, Dez. I think we've seen it. We've seen that it works somewhat. Not okay, cool.
There we go.
A little bit late on that, but kind
of gotta wait a little longer for them to change.
Debating me, being like, I'm gonna make you maul just a little bit longer, and then we're gonna go. But divisive ult advantage here. And now once that monkey goes in with Nano, it's gonna be so hard to try and remove them from this choke.
Even with Rally online here from Colby, they did manage to punch through a little bit of the defense. There it is, 2 now in the kill feed for Arlington. They've been antied though, so pretty nasty coming through. A lot of burn damage onto Soap. Wow, he took so much damage so fast, regardless of the huge health bank. Didn't matter though, clutched it out in the end, and well, Wichita needs to hurry back if they're even gonna contest. Worse.
That was my monkey. I can just...
That's it.
That should be it. The Dragons. Kills 7? Kills 8? Kills 9? No, kills 9.
Sleeping Monkey there on the point and antied on top of it. Burned down so fast. Arlington has this trickle on hand, easily in the bag, continuing to push the cart.
Yep. A very strong first map for Wichita has been completely flipped on its head. Series hasn't been the same since. Been almost completely in Arlington's favor at most points in the match. And it's been a little rough out here. I mean, I mean, this primal play. I wish this was my monkey. I wish I could just jump into a room with a Brigitte, Ana, and Hanzo and live. I mean, he just goes like 20 seconds, like not 20 seconds, that's hyperbole, obviously, but like so long without taking such a small amount of damage considering that's a Hanzo. I mean,
yeah.
Man,
well, he took a huge chunk originally. I thought he was going to get burned, and then just pulls out the hat trick, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, man, I'm just invincible now. What will they do to me? I'll just punch you all into the wall, and then you just... That's one of the most fun things ever. And nice. I remember back when this was first found, and everyone was like, oh, the storylines forgot. You know what? That never went anywhere. That's sometime in the...
It's just two friends posing at the security camera, okay? You do
it
when you walk into Walmart.
Do you remember the Sombra ARG? Were you there for that? The 6 months, 7 months of people being like... Yeah, there was like 6, 7 months of like... Maybe even longer than that. I think it might have even been closer to a year where like people were like, Sombra was teased, and then there was like an ARG that spent like a year where people were like going through like 20 different things, hacking stuff, puzzles, and all this kind of stuff. And then after that, they were like, this sucks. And they were like, we'll never do this again. And they never did it again. So they learned their lesson on that one. But that was an interesting time to be alive. Every day, another YouTube video would come out. Sombra ARG snapped his soul for a year. And it's like, we finally got Sombra, guys. That was one of the steps.
You know, they know how to talk it up, right? A lot of, there's gonna be a lot of poke damage coming through, at least initially from Arlington. This turtle put some pressure on, obviously not anymore as Hanbei has removed it from the equation. Wichita moving around a bit on this high ground to put a little pressure here onto Arlington. Not sure how well they're going to do against Julian on this McCree, just waiting for them though.
Yeah, this Cassidy's gonna do a really good job of trying to shut down. Yeah, it happens. Slip of the tongue. It always. It happens even now. It's 5 years of that, 6 years of that, and it happens. Yeah. It happens. But the Cassidy's gonna do a really good job of trying to shut down these angles that are gonna be taken right now. You can try to shut down the Tracer on the side. You can shut down the Echo if they look for flanks, because in the medium range you just kind of win, unless they hit you with stickies, in which case you die instantly because they sticky you, press E, and then you're dead. As the Echo chooses.
Yes. I mean, that everyone's been shredded by an Echo that way. You take a full face of stickies and wow, that was initially lucky by player, and then it played out exactly how I expected from Julian to take him out. But not after the flashbang, surprisingly. Trance is forced out though, thanks to Julian's pressure onto Hanbei there. He goes ahead, tries to keep himself alive, and well, there it is. The stickies coming through from Fluffy but deadly. He's getting a nasty pocket from Trasherlin once again. This Sky Force has just been deadly. Oh, does pay for it with his life. He goes out of sight and where he can't be healed.
How fast was that? How much damage was Hanbei doing to have Transcendence right there? What? He had this as the Baptiste. Hanbei, are you okay? What have you done? What's happening? That was insane, but it doesn't matter. They lose out in the long run because with the Transcendence, they can't push fast enough. Like you said, it was forced out, not a conscious decision to use it to move forward. Now you don't have it for the Supercharger. This is now a rough situation. You have to back up. This Echo on the side could get caught out at any time. I mean, Hanbei did amazing. There almost has another Transcendence, but it convert off of it.
Oh, stickies came through, and well, there is the Supercharger run out. Jillian, there it is. The flash and headshot, easy peasy. Trance is being used once again by Hanbei. Man, that was fast like you're talking about. Fluffy but Deadly trying to find this flux here as he's duplicated Sigma, but taking so much damage, gonna be ripped out of it before he can execute. And unfortunately, he's the only one left.
Yeah, only one left under fire, and this is the gambit, right? Ever since that what was that second map where they didn't touch? Or not where they didn't touch. What was second
King's
map?
Row?
King's Row, yeah, that was the one they didn't touch. That was
Yes.
the second map where they didn't touch. Man, my brain going crazy right now. I'm getting echo beamed IRL. So what's happening? So after that map, it's kind of feel like it wasn't the same team. The confidence wasn't quite there, and they've kind of just slowly and gradually just kind of looked a little bit worse and worse, and it kind of can happen in series like this. Mentality is super important, but if they can turn it around here with this fight, I mean, they kind of have to. It's going to be last fight.
It's clutch time here, and another anti has landed onto Julian. Goes ahead, gives the room to let it wear off and let himself heal up. That's going to be the Diva Bomb right over the top. Takes down Julian, turrets out of play. It's going to be a lot of damage off the table, and Wichita looking good as they're continuing to aggress forward here. They've got a ton of kills now, and that's going to be the first point capped.
Okay, this is the turn. This is the part. We push through second point fairly quickly, and then we cap third with time and stuff like that, and then we have the confidence renewed and we go to map 5. That's kind of what the mentality has to be here for Wichita State. We have to be able to turn it around, not get too caught up on how long it took to capture first point, because we still have 2 more points to play, and then after that another round. So you got to keep your mental strong the entire time. It's a big thing in just competing in general in any esports, sports, or anything for college. Any level, it's gonna be mentality comes heavy, because if you aren't playing your best because your mental is going down, I mean, you're just nerfing yourself, really.
Pretty much, and you know, it's so important to make sure that it's balanced. Holy cow, 2 kills with the Deadeye from the high ground. That is going to be rough, trying to push into that and follow up. Everyone's getting shredded from Wichita now, and you know, it's definitely going to be a tough battle. I like that you mentioned they need to ignore how long it took to cap the first point though, and gotta focus on pushing for this next one.
Yeah, it seems like the combos are just not getting a lot of the value that they should. The Nano Monkeys going in, there's not really a play by their DPS. What you have to do when you set up a Nano Monkey, DPS has to go in, because there's so much initial burst damage that comes down with the Monkey. The slam is going to hit like 4 people who are going to do a lot of damage. You're cleaving 4 or 5 people with that beam as well. Your DPS need to be in a position to really just go and capitalize off it. It can't just be, we're going to Nano Monkey in. Okay, we're going to Nano Monkey in when the Tracer set up with Pulse Bomb and Echoes speeding people and sticking people and that kind of stuff. We're not quite seeing that here from Wichita State. They're just getting desperate. And that's why I said, you get desperate, you start playing worse.
Yeah. And you know, that's when you make the most amount of mistakes as well. Your comms get a little bit crazy. There is Fluffy but Deadly already taken out of the picture. Super Juice there, probably utilizing that Amp Matrix to just pepper him out of the sky. His primary fire is nasty. We've seen how much damage it can do. Rez is successful, but TW has been taken down, and it could be really difficult for Wichita without their second tank here. They're continuing to try and hold the point, but push the point, but Arlington, 27 seconds and ults for days.
Kind of what I said, they're feeling desperate. You saw there, they're committing ults in a fight that should have been a reset 2 kills ago, and they just keep committing ults to it. They feel like they have to do something or it's over. And now, because of that, they've lost their ult bank they could have accrued in this next fight, and they're walking into 3 very critical ultimates. That Bongo's going to go down, TW is going to jump up and going to get instant melted. It's going to be a hard fight to be sure.
And Dez has Molten Core. He's probably going to throw that all in their path of travel. Yeah, absolutely disgusting, trying to step onto the point between all this incoming damage from Arlington, one after another. Wichita's trying to do their best to stay on the point, but with Julian uncontested on the high ground, that's it. It's going to be Arlington taking the series.
Yep, and that's going to be Arlington pushing themselves higher up in those standings. And I mean, I think both these teams were 6-1 and 6-2. Arlington's gonna go move to 7-1, and Wichita's gonna move to 6-3. So that could have been actually the time for Wichita to go ahead of them right there. But instead, gonna be sitting here, kind of wondering where that luster, that mojo went from those first 2 maps. And I feel like it's unfortunate to say it, and that like it kind of happened because of a snowball of fact, like kind of struggled on Kings Row after doing so well. And they almost got full capped on that overtime, and that can that mental damage does take a toll. I know it's happened before to teams and players and all that kind of stuff. No one's immune from it, and no one is expected to be immune from it. Everyone's human. Everyone feels like when stuff like that happens, like, man, it's like, it just sucks, and it just gets in their head, and you start thinking about it no matter what. But I mean, still plenty of the split, first game of the split, right? There's still plenty of games to go, playoffs to go, all that kind of stuff. You can turn it around. You can't like linger on it, because that's just going to make you play worse the next match, and that's the worst thing that can ever happen, is the last match affects your next match. Just leave it in the past. It happened.
Exactly. And you know, it's an issue as old as time. They call it the yips, right? When you start getting those nerves and you can't quite get into your mojo and your rhythm, that flow state you're looking for. And it's really hard. And That's part of the growing experience and something that is fantastic to have in the collegiate league and scene. It's definitely a huge benefit to be able to move past that, and it is going to set these teams apart from the lower and the mid-tier teams. Teams that know how to shake that off and do a reset to come back and continue playing their A game will keep having that aggression and keep making it super tough for the other team to push into them or keep those fundamentals. And this is where you get tested the most, is here in the competitions, and better to build this skill during season than to build this skill during playoffs.
Yeah, and I think something that's kind of like underlooked at is like the fact that all these players competing are like young players, like they're young people. They're
Yes,
not even young
yes.
players; they're young people. Some of them are young
Mhm.
players as well. It's very hard to find veteran presence. Like maybe they like this game has been out for 6 years, but a lot of those people that have come and gone through the collegiate scene or in tier 2 or in tier 3, and those like veteran presences are very hard to come by in collegiate. Um, they're young players and they're young people. And a lot of the time, the mental game can be a very big deciding factor with those things. Where, with I know in a lot of other esports, this is like esports and sports in general. It's like the young people need someone to guide them. So, like in League of Legends, for example, you have a lot of these old guard retiring or moving to inactive positions. But they're like when they play on teams, they don't get rattled. Like they don't have the mental stuff that younger players, and they talk about it. They're like, this is just something we don't have. So every map that goes on, more you're gonna build that up.
Absolutely. And it actually looks like we are going to jump over for a quick break before we interview Tiki from UT Arlington here, our winner of our previous match. So, folks, we'll be back in a sec with Tiki. Hi, folks, and welcome back to week 9 of EGFC. We are here with Tiki, who just won our previous match of UT Arlington versus Wichita State. Tiki, welcome, and thank you so much for being here, and congratulations on your win.
Thanks for having me again.
How are you feeling, and what's kind of the mindset of the team coming off of this most recent set of games?
Well, we have a different feel from last semester. I was main tank last semester, and with some complications of rotating players around, I was moved to off tank. So it's definitely a different feel, but we're still very confident in our playing ability to actually go pretty far. So
Nice. Now, I want to take you back to your Kings Row map here when you guys are on the third round, pushing
Yep.
it in overtime after you've obviously capped it with the small time bank before, and you just keep going.
hmm
What was the energy and the comms like for all of you guys during that time?
it got pretty loud. I'd say specifically for our now main tank Soap, he he started peaking his mic just a little bit, but I mean it keeps that energy going, and especially with us being like decently higher ranked players in general, like we've all hit Masters, GM, and stuff. It was definitely like we were just kind of feeling it and just going with our own game sense. Really, the comms are just a bunch of excitement.
Nice. Now, the last question I want to ask you before I toss it over to Worse is what do you guys as a team do before games to either get yourself in the right mindset or prepare yourself for who your opponent is, or maybe some pre-game rituals you guys do? What goes on?
For the most part, I think some of us try to queue a little bit of ranked or like quick play or something just to get in the mindset of actually playing the game. But we don't really watch back opponents and stuff, trying to like figure out strategies that will work. For us, it's mostly just getting our own like individual skill up to scratch before we play. We don't really look too much at other teams.
Keeping the fingers warm, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very important, that one. And I guess kind of after that King's Row, did you kind of feel the momentum of the match kind of shift in your favor? Because it felt like what happened was off the control, 2-0 for them, very competitive still from you guys, but then King's Row, you come out that third round, you guys do a great job and then full hold them on that first point. And then from there, it just felt like you guys had control of the entire series. Was there like a shift behind the scenes, or was that purely just from a spectator point of view?
Well, I guess we could say the shift was me getting off when we were doing rush mirrors or something. I went on to Zarya, which I know, I didn't do that well with my grabs. I heard plenty that
Hey,
you
it
know,
happens. It happens.
but
I
you know,
sympathize.
yeah, I guess it was just the synergy of the bubble and actually being able to use that as aggro that actually shifted us into the driver's seat on King's Row. And then after that, I think it was just that got us into the actual like movement of being a team a lot easier, and we were just a lot more coordinated after that.
And you guys did very well last semester, placing yourselves in the top half of the league. And I guess now, first win of the new split. How are you guys? How are you guys feeling this next semester? Not coming up.
I think it might be a little bit more of a challenge just because, like, for me personally, I'm swapping roles, but I think once we get it all in, like, into a rhythm, I think we're gonna be even better.
Good to hear. It's good to
Nice.
hear.
Guys are probably going to be really deadly coming up as you continue to refine and climb the rankings here in the EGFC League. Tiki, before we let you go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out or props to? Floor is yours.
I'd like to give a shout out to my team and also my parents who are watching. I'd also like to give a shout out to Drew, who was our esports coordinator. He's done so much for our program. He sadly had to go to a different school, but we really do appreciate all he's done for our programs here at UTA. So
Nice. Well, it's nice to hear that mom and dad and some of the staff are getting love as well. Tiki, you did fantastic, of course, in all of your games. And congratulations again on your win against Wichita. And, as you continue to move forward, we look forward to seeing how you guys grow, and good luck in the future.
thank you.
Well, folks, we do have another match coming up shortly after this. We will probably we're gonna take a quick break before we jump straight into it. But Worse, you want to get anything off your chest before we drop it over?
It'll be a good game coming up, so stick around, or else.
That's right. University of Hawaii versus University of Montana. We'll see you on the other side, folks. folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 9. I am here, Waffles for Sid here, of course, with Worst Cast, closing out the last Overwatch game of the evening today. Worst, how are you feeling going into this next match?
I'm excited. We're going to be seeing University of Hawaii versus University of Montana. I believe University of Montana is new. I don't know much about this team, if anything. Mostly nothing. Mostly know nothing about this team. So it's kind of a blank slate. I've heard some good things about them floating around from Twitch chat, mostly. They said it would be a good game. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if that prediction ends up being correct. Because I don't have one. So right now, I'm channeling Twitch chat right now. You are living... I'm living through Twitch chat, so that's fine.
Oh, man. And that is a dangerous way to live.
It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, well, obviously with Montana being so unknown, we could probably label them the wild card for the opening here till we get a good read on what's going on moving into Nepal. Still sticking with the same maps that we had before, and oh, look at the cute photos pinned up on the wall.
I remember when there was skin speculation about those photos 6 years ago.
A little dated there, that is true.
Man, I'm such a boomer. I don't know. It's so weird. It's like I'm such like IRL zoomer, but Overwatch boomer. It's so weird. It's like it's a weird dichotomy because I'm like I remember everything back 6 years ago, but then it's like I'm really young in real life. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, and it's really more weird when you're actually older in real life, like myself a bit. So, but you know, both teams here, of course, we're engaging right in the middle of the point. Big slam comes through from Math here, but not anything, no kills coming off the back end, just a lot of damage. Engagement coming through here from Montana, trying to keep that pressure forward, and well, just a lot of swinging around here. Math fell a little low, but thanks to the shield, still feeling strong. No one's capped the point quite yet, but with Loadman going down, it's looking good for Hawaii to be able to take this first point.
Hopefully that's the case. Kind of the style here, it's very hard for the Rhine competition to really get anything done when they don't have anything to kind of run over. At that point, you're trying to run over the backline or the Diva if they miss position, but they don't have a Lucio to speed on top of anything, and they're kind of just getting whittled down in the middle of that point, getting poked and prodded, and eventually will lose their lives. But straight off the mech, so they can maybe try to walk in while this mech is still not on, but nope, we'll get banged in there just momentarily.
Got a few ultimates online as well for University of Hawaii, and well, this pulse bomb could be one that seals the deal. No stick found, but good enough. Cheval does go down from the pulse bomb as Akami continues to berate them from all angles, dashing straight through them just to move around the side and continue to pepper them through. University of Hawaii, though, did lose the point at the end of it, and gonna have to reset.
Similar to how Nepotus was the one that had them didn't have the mech last time, it's now Jimmy Carter himself, president. Here, it doesn't have the mech nowadays to keep them down. They're going to Transcendence forward to be aggressive here, but I don't know if it's going to work out for them in the long run.
There's the minefield here, clearing the first front area, not letting Jimmy Carter get back through, and Hawaii's taking the point back in their favor, but they only have, well, they've got the rally coming up. That's actually going to be pretty hard to push into.
I was gonna say, if you don't have the rally then use that Transcendence, the Coalescence could be very dangerous for you. Not a lot of healing if they just burst someone down, but with that rally, you should be fine. If you pop the rally as soon as they press Coal or right before they press Coal, you will simply live through it. The Truth of Break, the bomb on the backline should be pretty massive, but only finds a shield.
This pulse bomb is ready here from Akami as well, and they've been looking for a target to stick on. A little bit low here coming from Bowser, but does manage to keep herself topped off here and keep her team alive. Kill coming through from Bun Bun, and well, still back and forth. 2 DPS removed, 1 from each team, but that's going to be High Noon off the table as well. Hawaii still holding strong regardless of Montana's trickle in, and well, going to keep racking up possession.
Yeah, and now going to be walking forward here, trying to get that High Noon to zone them off the point. And right now, it's a lot of just Montana will get picks. That's a bit unfortunate. Cheval, I don't know if that's the situation to use that in. Generally, we want people covering for it. They're not covering for it, but distracting. But I guess there's no one around, so I guess they just kind of have to rip it. Maybe I thought that was just a little bit more time.
It's in a tight corner there, and you know, it's the end of the round. Pretty fast round though, coming through. It seemed like Hawaii, had a little bit of that stutter where they lost the point for a moment, but once they got comfortable, it felt like they could handle all of the front pressure coming through from Montana.
Yeah, and now it's kind of be interesting to see what gets changed up. University of Hawaii seems to be kind of running more standard stuff, whereas University of Montana is kind of just going with the flow, doing what they need to do. They are gonna have that Lucio now, maybe looking for. Looks like this team is like, we're gonna get environmental kills. You got a hook, you got a boot.
Oh.
I'm down.
All right. Let's see who stays on the map. Opening up the fight here on the ledge side. Very treacherous. You can see Banana gonna be looking for those boots. They're gonna be so deadly here on the corner. Still Immo committed early from University of Hawaii, from River there. Amps coming through, and it's just some back and forth poking on the side area. The point has unlocked, gonna be capped here by Montana, but I don't think it's gonna matter. That shatter took down everybody, and well, they didn't even get to cap it. Hawaii's gonna come through and take it.
That was quite the shatter there from Math Dealer. Hope I don't misspeak during this cast, but
Math Dealer, that's a great name.
I changed that slightly, and there's now an accusation of crime. So we're gonna try to avoid that here. But really nice shatter from them, and really nice tempo, knowing when to kind of push in there. But I don't know, this seems a little bit dangerous.
Well, Math Dealer dealing the stats out. What a nasty fire strike coming through. No one wants to get hit after it's run through the Amp Matrix. We all know what it's like. Looks like he just keeps firing them one after another, getting those final kills.
Yep, and now we're going to be seeing how University of Montana. Man, I've been saying university so much today. It's trying to catch on my tongue, but they're going to probably just speed forward with this coalescence here, try to get that out. Will they catch a Kami in the corner who could one-shot any unsuspecting squishy? Doesn't look like it. They do get out.
High noon pop here from Wombology, and well, that is, man, with Overtank already taken out of the picture, Montana's going to have a very tough time trying to push forward.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
a Overtank. I thought it was a Diva Tank, and I was like, you know what? Go get him, nail care. But no, it is gonna be Overtank. Man, I just can't read. Okay, bomb.
Overtank.
Oh, nice bubble there to keep them alive, and the Moira though is dead. You still haven't used Coalescence, but you trade out the Reinhardt. That's pretty useful considering that spawn is so close. We'll see how it ends up though.
Montana now pushing through the choke some, but Akami just waiting for the Death Blossom. A lot of DM was there to pick it up, but Loadman did fall in the process. Wasn't quite fast enough to catch it all. Still the sound barrier making it even more difficult for Montana to hold strong. Two supports against the Reaper here on the point. It is going to be slaughter for them as Hawaii continues to hold strong and takes this first map.
Yep, there goes that first map, and it's going to be University of Hawaii taking that one on their way into King's Row very, very confidently. It seems like they are a very complete team in the sense that they seem practiced and they seem like they know what they want to run map to map. They seem like they generally know what they're trying to do. I mean, this shatter was amazing.
Right.
Just walking forward, swinging in, no fear. Just exactly what you want to see.
Well, and that no fear also is a result of the trust that he places in the supports, knowing that he can just pretty much walk up and be hard-pocketed the whole time through that aggression. So, of course, good job all around to Hawaii for, I mean, it seemed like they were able to support that level of aggression very well, and it's something that it looked like that was part of the game plan most of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a big thing, and I'm reading about this, is that University of Hawaii obviously has been expanding esports, particularly in Overwatch. I mean, Overwatch League in Hawaii for all their international events this last year. I mean, it's just been like a big boon for Hawaii, like University of Hawaii, in terms of esports. So it's been big for them and see their program increasing. And right now, they look pretty solid. They look pretty on top of things right now. So if that can continue, this series, I mean, it definitely looked very dominant. So
Absolutely. And you did talk about how their program is constantly growing. It'll be really interesting to see how they continue to grow through the second half of the EGF season as well. Going into it, they don't have the greatest of records. There's definitely a lot of things that could get cleaned up. They're currently at a 2-6. So, there's still some room, but there's some really tough teams in this bracket as well. So not too much, skin off their back there on that front. It's not an easy competition to climb in this area.
man, from what I can realize, this is like the junior varsity team. There's two teams, I believe. This is the more junior varsity team. I kind of wonder how that kind of plays out with if you're this team where I guess it's a little less pressure, right? Because you're not the sole kind of representative of your school. Obviously, you still want to prove yourself. You still want to win. You still want to do things. But I feel like there's a little bit less where you're like, we have to be like the best representation of our school possible. Where
yeah,
I mean, other teams will be like, I'm the only thing that's like representing my.
And well, we're gonna go into King's Row to see what comes next. But regardless of being on varsity or JV, I think there can be a lot of mental pressure applied.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also could be the thing of we want to maybe push up to varsity, right? If one of the players can prove themselves on a junior varsity team, you can push up to varsity, that kind of thing. That's really big. And obviously, if you want to start moving into varsity esports or high-level teams, like just getting experience with teams in general is going to help out immensely. So all these players are getting a lot from this. Not only are they representing the school, getting to play esports for that school, but also getting to just get better as in a team environment. But Mac Dealer. Dealt some damage instead. Dealt some death deal.
Man, if he's dealing anything, it's the number stats for himself. He's been getting so many kills when he was on the Reinhardt, and now on this Roadhog. I'm actually terrified for Montana what he's going to bring to the table, because that opening arsenal was nasty.
Is that the stuff he brings to the table where he deals +1 final elim, final
basically
blow? +1 final blow. That's what he's doing. And
again, poor Cheval. That's the second time he's been caught by Math.
Not disrespect the hog on the flank. Definitely gonna be looking around, gonna be walking back. There's your BAP dead. Okay, from a general perspective, it's the job of the SIG to try and mark a flanking hog, because what's gonna happen is your Orisa should be able to. Okay, I don't know what's happening back there. Jimmy Carter finally takes him out, but
the damage is too much.
Yeah, too much damage, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's the job of the SIG to mark the flanking hog, because what's generally going to happen is your front line, it should be going even, if not better, for your team here, because you have two people probably shooting their shields, whereas you have a Tracer on... No, wait, no. Yeah, but they have a Tracer on the flank, and they have a hog on the flank, so your Sigma should just be looking to mark the hog and trying to shield off whenever he comes around. Once he uses hook, he's just not a threat anymore. But I don't know if Jimmy Carter is fully aware that this hog is...
Sorry. Anytime, even if it's me, I breathe just like that when I get hooked. I'm like, stressing out for you, my friend. And, this butcher skin is really playing into Math Dealer's favor. He's just butchering people left and right with this hook. He's not being caught. Oh my gosh, that would look like it was around the corner. I would be a little upset if I was overtanked right there.
Yep, and watch out. Okay, this is the hook. I think it's like the first hook.
That's the first.
Yeah, first one. The first one. We got it. But yeah, right now it's just you're getting a lot of flank pressure right now, and this can actually crumble some teams if they're not as used to playing against a style like this. They'll just kind of fold on the flanks, and they just will get overwhelmed by damage on the side, and this will happen. Basically, this will happen, and you're watching it before your eyes. Kind of the problem with if you don't have people to mark flanks, it's such an important thing, especially in ranked. People at home, watch the flanks, or else this will happen. You will get goal bossed.
River Gold! There you go! Feeling good enough to get aggressive as that Battle Mercy, but I want to give a lot of credit to University of Hawaii, especially their Tracer, winning pretty much every 1v1 duel or just shooting everyone in the back. I don't know if it's a duel if they're not looking, but he is taking down multiple targets that are trying to put up resistance, and it's not quite as effective as they need it to be.
Yeah. And I think a big thing of what's kind of happening is, like, once you start losing people like that on the flanks, and you can become too occupied then with the flanks, and then you kind of lose on the front line as well. And
It's
right
like-
now, Mathiel is getting very well, like you said, helped by the Tracer. There's follow-up. It's not just the Hog solo flanking by himself. The Tracer's also there. So it's a coordinated chaos.
Yeah. And it's hard to play through that. The comms are really important in that type of coordinated chaos style. And, well, as you guys saw, we're not quite sure where that elevator leads to. After some second thoughts, I'm thinking it must be a Willy Wonka style elevator. Goes all directions, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no down right there.
Yeah, but did you read the Great Glass Elevator? Hello. You read that book?
I actually have not.
Goes wild. I will be honest. You think you know Willy Wonka? You do not know Willy Wonka. That book, he goes to space. There's an alien that eats people. It's crazy. Read that book.
Really?
Very fun. Yes, read that book. Very
Okay.
wild.
Oh, that was
Here's another
wild.
alien.
He's got pinned after. Oh man, Matthew, he is gonna be just, I mean, he is egging Montana on non-stop with those hooks. They have got to be furious at the amount of value that he was able to get from that. And I mean, stuck in this corner here, coming around for the flank. They've been pincered.
Yeah, definitely been pincered right there. And again, if you commit too hard onto that Roadhog that's flanking, if you can't kill him almost instantly, if you can't CC him almost instantly, you're going to be committing resources onto a target that's going to soak all that damage and then repel it back at you when his team comes in. I mean, this just looks like it's going to be a rough time for University of Montana if they don't somehow manage to remove him from their backside.
Right. Even a switch, I'm thinking maybe to some type of CC or maybe the Ana to help with those antis, mitigate some of that longevity he has through all of the self-healing. Jimmy Carter falling very low, and, well, that is going to close the deal on this most recent push for Montana as Hawaii just came through and wiped him out.
Yep, there it is, and I'm expecting more of the same. They're gonna have ults coming up soon, particularly DPS ults. This is one of those very rare situations where, the DPS are just kind of doing a lot of stuff on the flank right here, and the supports don't really have much to heal. So support ults aren't gonna be the first ones to come up. It's gonna be DPS ults.
Yeah. Well, there's both DPS ults, like you said, engagement coming through so much. I mean, that was a little overzealous, regardless of being ablating. No nano there to back you up. Overtank does get hooked again by Math, and, well, there's still more kills coming through, regardless of Wimbology kind of jumping to his death initially to open up that fight.
I have a hog ult on the flank. Not much for them to do right now. The pressure is just way too immense right now, and look at the ultimates that's been built up for University of Montana. Not much at all.
We gotta switch over to the Baptiste, though, from Bowserhauser, so it'll be interesting to see, you know, what she can bring. Oh, and Bun Bun, she's also switched over. So totally revamping the support line of Montana for this.
Yep. And now we're gonna see, can this shatter land? You don't have much to deal with. You could just solo shatter the hog. I mean, Matthew has been a big of a nuisance. Matthew again doing some stuff with Jimmy Carter, full HP. Gonna be trying to walk on the flank as well and look for their own kind of shenanigans right now.
Definitely. He gets a hook and a nice pick. River God is gone, and, well, all of Montana here is up on this high ground. Overtank does go down, gets hooked again. Poor guy, constantly being targeted by Math. And, well, it is Montana pulling out all the stops they can to try and aggress forward onto this point. Whole Hog finding that kill it needs. Doesn't quite find the hook, but the supports are on the run. Jimmy Carter goes ahead, tops himself off, but he's gonna need help. There's not anyone else there with him, and it's still Hawaii holding strong with only 30 seconds left, and wow, that's a lot of ults.
Yeah. I don't quite know how to win this next fight here for University of Montana. You can maybe just try and look for a shatter, just walk forward onto this hog, shatter him, kill him, remove him from the game. The character, not the player.
Oh, Math does go down with his ultimate online, so a small chance here. A lot of DPS ults getting thrown, though, from Hawaii. Kills coming through as Montana trying to do the last touch there. Does manage to trigger the OT, but wasn't quite enough. And that's going to be Kings Row going over to Hawaii.
Yeah, and really just strong showing there for University of Hawaii. And I don't know how. Wait, which play was this? Because it wasn't the blades.
Okay.
It wasn't either of those blades. No, it's gonna be a dry fight. It just dashes into 6 people, and it's like,
I mean,
well.
it might as well be a blade with that many dashes. Jeez.
Yeah, his blades went better. Too bad. He's just a neutral Genji. He's a little bit of a neutral Genji. He's a little bit of a neutral Genji right now.
Man. I mean, the dash reset ability, though, is the potential for its value is insane. And we've all been cut down many a times by the final dash, and then he just gets to dash away because it's reset. Not as fun. But
Go
ahead.
Genji's the most terrifying hero in high elo because if certain people are playing him, if it is speedily or seeker on him, you're just like, guess my backline's dead. Nothing to do. Guess Genji's the best hero in the game. It's like, guess Genji's the best hero. I guess Genji's just the best hero. These people just poke it out. It's just like, I can't beat it. Then my backline is dead. Perma. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and it's always tough when you're the support line and you keep getting picked, and it doesn't really feel like you're playing Overwatch. It feels like you're playing Maze Runner, and you just keep going. You're just running, trying to go left or right, and then you run some more. So, not quite as abusive as we're seeing here. We did see that good play come through from Wombology earlier, but we are going to move on to Hanamura next, and it might be pretty tough for Montana to punch through that defense once again.
Yeah, but before that,
Hey folks, and welcome back, of course, to EGFC Week 9. We are in the thick of our last Overwatch match of the evening, University of Hawaii going up against our newest team, University of Montana. So far, it's been a pretty tough battle for Montana, and, Hawaii seems to be in quite a flow state right now, Worse.
Yeah, I think right now, Montana is very new. I could think not just in terms of competing in this league, but also I think as a team, they seem quite new. So I think it will take some time for them. Maybe it's just like obviously everyone's trying to have fun with stuff, but At some points, it's like some people are like here to like I want to just win EGFC. Like we saw Wichita was like I want to be number one. The other teams are like I know we won't hit number one, but we want to have fun. We want to try and win some games here. And we're obviously gonna play our best because honestly, if you aren't playing, like I find that sometimes when like I have people, like I have friends that are like, yeah, let's go troll in some ranked, and I'm just like, you know, I kind of just want to play and like try, you know, it feels really good. It gets boring quickly if I like not try.
I'm the same way, and I probably have a bit of a competitive edge that comes back to bite me sometimes, but I do like to win. I like to play as hard as I can to win, especially in a competitive scene. And, having fun, I have a lot more fun when I play well, and that when we're all playing well together and having that synergy and still trying to create those plays. So really good to see University of Hawaii obviously making big plays already. Cheval's gone down first. Oh man, River God is the one to take him down. So some aggression coming through from the supports. There's a flood of Hawaii people though on the point right now, and they've surrounded everyone on Montana, cleared them off, and gonna cap it pretty quick.
Yeah, and I think there might be a smidge of tomfoolery here from Hawaii. Just a minute amount of tomfoolery from this team coming out here. Obviously, like we were just talking about it, having some fun, but still just trying to win this out.
Yeah.
And for University of Montana, it's really just gonna come down to like, what could they do? I mean, Jimmy Carter can hook River God and kill him. That's cool.
Yeah, that's a good one. Looks like Math is just going up straight through the middle here, going to look for that hook, didn't find it. Now Montana's been pushed over to the side as they had to fall from high ground straight into the mouth of University of Hawaii, and all of the damage coming through from pretty much all angles at this point. I like how Math went up the center, provided that additional damage coming through, and a fast cap at 5:35 left.
Yeah, and I mean it's gonna happen. I can't not say it. It's gonna it can seem discouraging, but I mean at the end of the day you show up, you compete, you have fun, play some Overwatch, play some games with the pals. I mean that's what it is, And I think it's like certain teams as well. Like you can definitely have a lot more fun. Like University of Hawaii seems to be just like a tier above, but there's other teams that like definitely they can compete against, I think.
Well, and like we mentioned before, University of Montana is quite new, and at least to this league. So there's going to be some calibration elements, and we don't have tons of history on how much competition they have been involved yet at this point. So they could be also getting settled into their own rhythm, and of course getting used to what it's like to compete here at the EGFC league. I think that, maybe Loadman on that soldier, I don't know if that's always the most valuable he could have, but we'll see if he decides to stay on it or maybe combat Woombology a little more.
Yeah, and right now we're going to be seeing this kind of rush come out here for University of Montana. Can they run over this, run to point and kind of maybe even run over Math Dealer? I think Math Dealer is going to get a little overzealous here, going to be like, I can just do what I want. Obviously the ball here is doing that same thing. There's I believe not a single form of CC. Well, consistent CC on the side of the University of Montana, so I guess the ball can do whatever they want. Nothing's going to really stop them outside of getting shot.
Which does surprise me considering Woombology has been just absolutely wreaking havoc on them. I would personally have loved to see some CC come through either on that Sombra or that Cass. But at this point, Hawaii is getting a heyday of pushing Montana around.
Yep.
Literally involved.
Yeah. And we're going to be seeing Kami try some stuff here. POTUS again just rolling through, nothing to contain them, nothing to stop them.
Nope.
Nothing really just pressure out of Kami either, right? You don't have like a D.Va, you don't have like you don't have a Genji. Like you don't have a Genji. It's like you should always have it. No, you just don't have things.
Oh, and Napotas has there it is, the minefield, gonna drop it straight at the entryway. No admittance here.
Yeah. And this is just gonna be like all of University of Hawaii all day right here, but Again, and for University of Montana, definitely a lot of games to go, a lot of games to play. First game of the split, the spring split for them, and also just the first game of EGF. That was a nice shot.
Yeah.
Wakame as they getting booped. So definitely a lot more stuff to kind of improve and just play more as a team and just try and get used to like playing with each other. Oh, nice hook though from Jimmy Carter himself.
Oh, and the whole hog from behind, shooting everyone in the back. He does get pulled and stunned out of it, which I think is that overconfidence from Math you mentioned earlier. It's going to be a blade coming through from Woombology, though, putting the nail in the coffin for this push. Oh, got hooked himself, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. River God with 2 kills! Yes. All right. That's
Go
filthy.
boss.
Watch out behind you.
I don't know if I can say the last one, but I don't know what I can and cannot get away with. It's not like a bad word, but I mean,
you know, we're here to not cross the line too far.
We're here to not promote certain behavior.
Right.
Even if it is just a meme, I don't want to promote it. I just don't. Not on a college podcast.
That's fair.
We're gonna be seeing here. Oh, she's in the spawn, rolling around, having a laugh. And I mean, I think Jimmy's been doing pretty well. Like, I think like every pick just stems from Jimmy Carter.
Well, you can only do so much though as the Roadhog. Getting those picks, there's still a lot of additional damage that he's getting pulled into, literally. And he's not getting as many resources pumped into him as I think Math is getting when he's playing this aggressively.
Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. That reminds me of the 3K where he solo flanks around King's Row Bar and then he just kills 3 people in an alleyway with a whole hog.
Man.
Oh, man.
And that's a tough place to be, too. Obviously, whole hog alleyway is not a winning combination for the recipient.
Yeah. And basically, Jimmy now on the ball, looking to touch. Already whittled down, though. And Bowser Hauser. Here was the other one that could have maybe touched.
Oh.
They're gone. Jimmy Carter will touch. Loadman finally pops the ult. He's now dead. It's just unfortunate turn of events all around.
Yeah, didn't quite go the way of University of Montana, but Hawaii here has been doing a very good job at just preventing any form of breakage on their defensive line. Overtime has been triggered. River God's trying to get aggressive here on the end. One for the stats on the res, loving that there. Gonna have to try and continue to move forward. Takes down Cheval. And there it is, a little bit of fun coming through at the end. But University of Hawaii showing very strong and taking the series.
Yeah, and gonna be a rough first game, first introduction for University of Montana, but again, plenty of games to go in the split.
Yeah.
University of Hawaii, a much needed confidence booster as they sit 2-6, now 3-6 in the standings. I believe definitely going to be useful for them to like kind of get like a week to like up their confidence and start moving in towards tougher opponents, because definitely gonna need it if they want to finish this out potentially with above 50 record.
Right. And like you mentioned, they were at a 2-6, now at a 3-6 record. So this may be the game that helps Hawaii kind of get back on their feet, find their flow state moving into the later parts of the season, and try and turn around their record a bit from earlier. Obviously, already making moves to start.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure for Hawaii, they sit in kind of a conference where they've had to play some really tough teams, and they haven't played the weaker teams in that conference yet. So once those games come in and the games against other conferences, definitely could maybe see them. I think maybe I haven't checked their schedule for sure, but I think maybe they've had a tough schedule so far because they definitely look like a competent team. Not so much 2-6. So I think maybe they had some kind of unlucky in the scheduling.
Yeah, I mean that's how it happens with seeding, and that's what I would call it. Is just it's unlucky. Some days you go up against 1, 2, 3, and 4 back to back to back, and
Are we bad? Opponents just good.
Right. And that comes back to what we talked about earlier with making sure your mental state is where it needs to be, reality checking yourself sometimes on what opponents you were engaging on, and maybe some of the extraneous factors that caused you to lose that day, life happens and it gets a little heavy sometimes. And that's when, it's not about how good you are on your best day. It's about how good you are on your worst day. And, well, sometimes it's harder. But let's see, it looks like we are going to get Akami in here for an interview momentarily, folks. So we'll speak with the winner from University of Hawaii, and we'll be right back. Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 9. We have Akami with us from the victorious team of University of Hawaii. Akami, congratulations on your win, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It was a really fun match.
Nice. Well, all right. Obviously, you guys won 3-0, having some extra fun at the end. But I gotta say, we were talking about this before we hopped into the interview. The tracer and ball synergy that you guys were displaying seemed to be really on point, and you were shooting people in the back and they didn't really stand a chance because there was so much pressure coming at them from all different angles. What is it taken to really get the hang of that for you guys as a team? What's gone into that?
Well, I mean, we've practiced a lot. Like we make sure to always Like before every practice, we like highlight what we really want to practice on. We did this a lot before, but now that we've kind of like got our comfort comp, which is usually like the ball stuff, recently we've been picking up brawl. We've been really just focusing on things that, the purpose of the comp, like where your position is, where are you supposed to take the fight, things like that. It's just practice, in my opinion, and just good coaching.
Oh, nice. Well, it's not often you hear a little props over there to the good coaching part, too. What has been one of the biggest challenges for you in this season, or maybe for the second split of this, going into the second split of this season?
Biggest challenge has been scheduling.
Oh.
It's been it's been a roller coaster. It seems like everywhere along the way, there's just another roadblock. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's just constant like talking to people, or like people on my team, just being like, "Oh, can you make this time?" And that was like honestly the biggest challenge. I'm sure we'll face more challenges as time goes on and we face harder teams.
Mhm.
but so, but right now, I think just setting up all these times and dates has been
Yeah.
the biggest issue, biggest challenge.
Are all of you all in Hawaii, or are you actually spread across the area at this point?
We're all in Hawaii, in
Okay, okay.
Oahu to be exact.
In
Yeah.
Oahu itself. Okay, cool. Wasn't sure. Seemed a little ambiguous after that last part, but it is really hectic with the school schedules, and of course, I'm sure it's more difficult with everything else going on. Worse, what do you
Yeah.
want to? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go
No, I just
ahead, tell
wanted to
us.
say, yeah,
Yeah.
it is really hectic because I think recently the university just started doing some more classes in person.
Mm,
So it's been like we have an iLab where like like half of our players are playing today, so
mhm.
that they can, when they're not at home at their computer, they can play in the lab, and that's
Nice.
actually where we held Overwatch League. So we actually have
Oh.
we have a pretty nice setup there. But yeah, usually you'd prefer to be on your setup, but
Totally. I mean, which I would consider your own setup to be like home court advantage, right? Yeah,
exactly.
totally.
Yeah. So I guess looking at you guys, obviously coming into this split, or this spring semester, 2-6, but obviously we talked a little bit before. Big overhaul for you guys. Hawaii 2.0 was a buzzword I heard thrown around by a producer. So is that kind of how the feeling is right now? That kind of doesn't define the team anymore. The team is much more than that, or much different than that.
We're trying to, because I gotta give props to the people on the old team. They tried their best and they practiced hard. It's just it's a hard game, and they played against good people, but I'm not just trying to leave them in the dust.
Yeah, yeah, obviously.
I definitely I want to just keep their legacy going and showing. I just want to show what UH is, and
Nice. Well, I think
that's it.
saying the words keep their legacy going, that definitely shows where you guys are coming from as, the ones to take up this mantle pass from the previous team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I guess for you guys, where do you guys kind of lead towards for like meta wise right now? Are you guys more ball leaning or Rhine leaning teams? It's kind of been this like split with a lot of teams I've seen in kind of certain levels of play, where like some teams are like, we just really love Reinhardt, we're gonna play Reinhardt everywhere, and some teams are like, I don't like the Reinhardt character that much, not as fun, not as good.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Our main tank player is like, we know him for Reinhardt, but he's like, Reinhardt just kind of gets dumpstered right now.
Yeah, yeah.
So we just we're
Learning.
testing still, but for a lot, it's map dependent. Honestly, we want to make sure we can play whatever. Sometimes teams are really good at playing against brawl, so you gotta know how to play ball. It's like, we just really want to learn how to play everything, so that when push comes to shove and we need to play a certain comp on a certain map, we'll be ready. That's basically it. So yeah, I mean, overall, it's been a lot to practice, which is good because you do get tired of one comp sometimes, like goats, but
Yeah.
but so yeah, it's more fun that way, in my opinion.
It's a lot more fun for us to cover too. So full supporter there. And, I think that the fact that you guys are taking that approach to try and keep your arsenal really diverse, what type of team compositions you can bring to the table is definitely going to keep helping you guys ascend through the ranks as you continue through the rest of the season. Akami, we're going to wrap it up here. Is there anyone else you want to maybe give a little shout out, props to, or whatever's on your mind? Hit us with it.
Just want to give a shout out to my coach, Vance, or Vitaki on Discord. He's honestly, he plays on Australian servers. He does all his things on Australian time. He's like the one person that's not in Oahu. I think you asked that before because he's not actually a player. Yeah, he's the one person. He's not actually a player. We can get away with him being, but he's really close to us, and he's always helping us out, always offering VOD reviews. So he's a star.
Wow. And even across the ocean, still there, hard supporting. Well, Akami, thank you so much for joining us and giving us the insight as to kind of what's going on with the team going into the second season. And we wish you both, or we both wish you the best of luck coming up in your next games, and look forward to covering you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be on this interview.
All right, folks. Well, that was our last match of the evening, and we're going to go ahead and close it out. Of course, big thanks to EGFC and Tyler, who runs the whole thing, gets everybody situated, on board, players, talent, you name it, they go through him. Huge props, of course, to our producer and observer, Aeon. They have been fantastic in the back scenes, bringing you the real magic you see here. And worse, thank you so much for joining me today. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I feel like we should have like somewhere on this scene, on this graphic, there should be a thing with the producer Twitter tag, like there is for the casters. Because they should definitely put that there because they definitely deserve that. So I don't know what their Twitter is. I don't know if you know what their Twitter is or anything like that, or what they want to get shout out.
It's so it's going to be at Aeon's Ahead, AEON as in Aeon, just for clarifying. AEONS_ahead, like ahead of the game, because Aeon obviously is when they're covering the camera.
I just do that because like I do production, I do observing stuff. I'm like, just put it on there, man. Give them the stuff, like give them the credit they deserve. But when I'm casting for other people, I'm like, I always try to shout out producers. They do a great job. I know how it's a lot of time behind the scenes. A lot of the time, not a lot of downtime. Yeah, not a lot of downtime. They got to be on the thing.
Look, movie producers, they get a lot of credit, and esports gets a little bit cut short. So much love always to you guys. You are the ones who bring the real magic to the viewers, of course. And folks out there, I hope you have a great rest of your evening. There's more games, of course, on EGF throughout the week of Super Smash and League, but we'll see you next week on Thursday for more Overwatch. Cheers.